2016. That's all council members put their microphones on. I'd ask everyone to please rise at this time to salute our nation's flag, and I'd also ask you to remain standing for a moment of silence for the recent tragedies our nation has suffered, along with the tragedy in Nice, France. Keep everyone in their thoughts and prayers. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oops, sorry. Thank you. Roll call, please.
Mayor John Levy.
Here.
Councilmember Sandemeyer.
Here.
Costa.
Here.
Della Ripa.
Here.
D'Amato.
Here.
Hudson. Present. Yosti.
Here. Also with us, our municipal clerk, Jay McCarthy, and our borough attorney, Fred Semrau, will be here momentarily. It's an official meeting of the governing body of the borough of Bloomingdale. On November 28, 2015, and amended March 1st of 16, the date, time, and place was mailed and faxed all local news media posted here at Borough Hall. There's no need for an early executive session. There's no non-agenda items, so I need a motion to open for early public comment. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'd ask if anyone's here to speak to the overlay ordinance, please wait for the public hearing. This we would reserve, if it's okay with everyone, for agenda items, general public comment. Anyone?
Charles Caraballo, 75 Wheeling Ave.
I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
Can I speak to the,
If you would just speak into the microphone and Charles, just repeat it for Jane because she's got to get it in the record.
Charles Caraballo, 75 Wheeling Avenue. I'd like to speak to adoption of the resolution. It's in reference to opposing the increase in county tax levy. Can I recommend that the wording be modified to oppose the increase in county tax levy to fund the State County Technical Institute? Because that's really the issue. It's
Right.
a funding issue. And I think support might bring up the wrong connotation.
Okay.
I think most people here don't realize that 55% of the funding comes from tuition, and tuition is mandatory by state law.
Right.
So it really needs to, the purpose of the resolutions that were passed by many school boards in Passaic County was to initiate a conversation with the county executives, which has not yet happened. We're still hopeful that it will occur. And we know that they've circulated some recommendations of their own, which is what led to that document that you've seen that was artificially increasing some people's taxes while lowering other people's taxes.
Right.
So I support the opposition that I believe you're proposing.
Right.
I just recommend that you change the word.
Now, just so I have it clear, which paragraph?
The title you have there for adoption of resolution was an increase the county tax levy
Okay, opposing increase in county tax levy to,
to fund as
Okay.
opposed to support. I just
That's
think
fine.
that gives it a better connotation and it
I'm fine with that.
delivers a clearer message. Also, I'm hoping you'll consider in the future passing resolutions to oppose the expansion of $30 million by the Passaic County Technical Institute Board to expand it, because I've sent emails to 4 freeholders explaining how they can avoid that. It's very
Right.
doable. It's very easy. I know it becomes a political issue, but it really is important that we control the costs while continuing the education that we have. So thank you very much.
Charles, has the Board of Ed done a resolution?
We've passed both resolutions opposing the expansion
Okay,
and to review the formula.
right, that I saw, but on the opposing, Rich, do we have that one?
I can get it to you.
It's on. We can get it from
Let's
you.
get a copy so we can look
George
at it.
has it. It's already certified.
Okay.
I told him to hold off if somebody asked for it, but it's available for you.
That's fine.
So I think that's the important issue here,
Okay.
is that we really review the proposal that they have for the expansion.
Right.
It kind of brings to light that most people aren't aware how the vocational schools in New Jersey are funded, and it really needs to be reviewed because what worked for 50 years ago is not working quite perfectly now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else on an agenda item? Again? Yeah.
Hi,
How are you?
Ellen Dunn, 28 South Road, Bloomingdale, New Jersey. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. about closing Bloomingdale borders to black bear hunting. When the public comment period closed in July of 2015, 92.4% were opposed of New Jersey residents to black bear hunting. The Division of Fish and Wildlife went ahead with the entire policy without making one single change that reflects this public opinion. Right now, trophy hunting can kill more than one bear. Trophy hunters can kill more than one bear. The permits were raised to 11,000. More regions throughout the state were opened, and a bow and muzzleloader season was opened for this coming October, and December hunt went up from 6 days to 10 days. It is well established that bear hunting does nothing to reduce conflicts. There are simple and effective solutions that not only keep bears away, but also reduce their population. By simply keeping bears away from unnatural food sources, the number one solution, we can do that. Please vote yes tonight on the ordinance to ban bear hunting on Bloomingdale property. I didn't know it was going to be on the agenda, so I did a lot of printing, so I don't know if you...
You can give it to the clerk,
Okay.
and she'll distribute.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, tonight is the introduction of an ordinance by title to ban bear hunting on borough property. It's the only thing we would have jurisdiction over.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else for an agenda item? Seeing no one, motion to close.
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Jane, do you have anything for us?
Nothing at this time.
Any council person, please?
Yes, the fire department ZD dinner is canceled for tomorrow night due to construction, and it will resume next month.
Okay, anyone else? Just a couple quick things. You can see here, I'm sorry.
It's not construction. I know it's painting and stuff because I'm worried about taking the permits out.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I should have said that.
It's painting.
I don't want anybody to go crazy on that one.
Okay, just a couple quick things. You can see around town, work has begun on various projects, Star Lake Road, Ryerson, but we have hit a glitch. You've all seen the news. The governor had an executive order to stop all projects funded under the TTF, the Transportation Trust Fund. Fortunately, Star Lake is part of that, but that's under progress, bid, contract signed, so we're proceeding. But today we opened bids for REVAV, which is the DOT funding. We cannot award that until the restriction is lifted by the governor. Our general road paving is proceeding. Some desilting was done on Van Dam today, and it's going to continue. But REVAV is the biggest one that's currently in the process, and that was the Community Development Block Grant. I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Just the one item. We're doing a resolution congratulating Sensei Porta, who has celebrating his 50th year in his anniversary for Porta's Karate Studio, and he's been an integral part of our rec program as well. So just note that for the record. And all in favor?
Aye.
Pending business. We're going to hold on the affordable, the AH1 overlay just till our attorney gets here. Then we'll come right back to that. So the first item is second final reading on the public hearing for ordinance 17, 2016, improvements to Campbell Lake. Public notice statement, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this ordinance was posted in the municipal building, published in the Herald News. Copies available to the public. Second motion may be made that it be read by title.
And who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion? Again, this is Campbell Lake taking advantage of the program we implemented, I believe in 2011, to allow the private lakes who maintain their own roads to access the borough's cooperative program. Where do we have here? We're going to...
Read it by title.
You have that motion ready?
Yeah,
All
you
in
do.
favor?
Yes. And that would be a bond ordinance providing for road improvements at Campbell Lake in and by the Borough of Bloomingdale in the County of Passaic, State of New Jersey appropriating $90,705, therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $86,300 bonds or notes of the borough to finance part of the cost thereof.
Thank you. And now I need a motion for the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any resident wishing to speak to 17, 2016? Seeing no one, motion to close.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
And who moves to adopt?
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Do you want to roll call?
Yeah.
You know what? Roll call on that because it's money.
16, right? Councilmembers Costa,
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Della Ripa.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
The next item is adoption of Resolution 2016 7 point, where are we at?
1.
That's right.
First meeting, right?
Authorizing agreement between the Borough and Canby Lake Association. Who makes that motion?
So moved. Second.
Discussion, the agreement's been sent to the lake, they're reviewing it now, but we want to authorize that this evening. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers D'Amato.
Yes.
Della Ripa.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
Next item, second final reading on ordinance 16, 2016, handicap parking. Public notice statement, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this ordinance was posted in the municipal building, published in the Herald News, copies available to the public, so the motion may be made that it be read by title.
And who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Now, it's an ordinance of the Borough of Bloomingdale in the County of Passaic and State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 7 Traffic, Part 5, Handicap Parking, Section 7-49.2, Handicap Parking in municipal parking lots and on Board of Education property of the Code of the Borough of Bloomingdale.
Thank you. This is simply adding a handicap spot to the rear of the building. There was only one, now there's two. Wish we could add more, but space is limited. Plus, it's also controlled by a number of parking spaces under state statute, so we're able to add one more. Motion for public hearing?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone wishing to speak to 16, 2016? Seeing no one, motion to close?
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
And who moves to adopt?
So moved.
Second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Good. Next item, need a motion for Resolution 2016 7.2, authorization to retain the services of Robert Bono as labor foreman on the Walter T. Bergen Drainage Project, $30,000. This is, again, part of the capital project. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second. Any discussion?
Do we know about this prior to the start of the project, or?
Yeah, Ray had asked me a question to make sure everyone was clear on it. We had decided and discussed January, February, that this was going to be done through cooperative work rather than bid it. Our engineer had estimated $350,000 on this drainage job. He asked to sit with Bob Buono, who's our field consultant, to review it because of Bob's expertise. Bob suggested we consider doing this under cooperative through pricing, part-time seasonal labor, and we're looking at $160,000, so it's $190,000 savings. So it was always the original plan was to have our engineer pay Mr. Bono.
Right.
But the fact that he's already on payroll as a field consultant, we can't 1099 him and W-2 him. So that's why we have to do it this way.
We just recently found it out, or is it, why didn't we do this last month if we knew the work was
Because
done?
we only had the seasonal
that's what I'm
on,
asking.
and we
Okay.
didn't have it, and then finance said you have to because it's payroll.
Gotcha.
Just like any capital project, once you approve the project, you're done. We don't come back to you, okay, time to pay the engineer's bill or the mason's bill. Here we
Right.
have to because it's payroll. Doesn't change his part-time status because over a 12-month basis, it's part-time.
Yep.
It's all within a grant, right?
It's all within the grant. Well, the grant was 100,000, the
Right.
project would be 160. But saving 190 overall because we're doing it in-house. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Della Ripa.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
The next item is just to bring everyone up to speed with the flood hazard permit and wetlands permit for Sloan Park. We, after 5 years, received our permit a month ago for the Sloan Park project, which also includes repairs to the water interconnect so we can connect to Butler Water and realize a 20% reduction in our water costs. VMC, who is the business in Butler over the bridge by Wells Fargo Bank, has objected all along. Well, they've delayed this about 2 years. So after tons of additional funding and monies to prove engineering reports that there was no impact to their property, the DEP finally issued the permit. Well, they have appealed the permit. So again, we're moving along, we're bidding it, and hopefully proceeding, but I'm just putting on the record that they sent a formal appeal on the DEP permit for the flood project at Sloan Park. I've not heard from the DEP. but we're moving along either way. Appeals could take years, so hopefully this doesn't stifle this already delayed project. New business. I need a motion for Resolution 16-7.3, payment of the bills. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Hudson,
Yes.
Sandemeyer,
Yes.
Yazdi,
Yes, with
Costa.
the exception of 16-1008.
Costa,
Yes.
D'Amato,
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes. We will table item B, come back to that after we deal with the pending business on the overlay ordinance. Item C, I need a motion for Resolution 16-7.4, acknowledging receipt of the 2015 audit and adopting the corrective action plan. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Other than minor recommendations from the auditor, I have already and will continue to meet with department heads to make some minor corrections. Roll call, please.
We picked up all the recommendations, or
I'm sorry?
we grabbed all the recommendations, you said?
Yeah, they're all
Okay.
in the corrective action plan.
Jane, do I need to
We need to
sign
pass
this and
that.
pass it down?
Everybody needs to sign
Okay.
that.
Just sign it?
Yep, sign it.
Different than the one we signed up
Oh, you signed, no, yes, it is different from upstairs.
Yes,
Councilmembers Sandemeyer,
Yes.
Yazdi,
Yes.
Costa,
Yes.
D'Amato,
Yes.
Delariva.
yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
You gotta sign it.
You could just distribute that certification. Okay. Next item. Need a motion for Resolution 7.5, authorization for Chapter 159, which is a budget amendment, construction services, shared service with the School District of Livingston in the amount of $15,331. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Yazdi,
Yes.
Costa,
Yes.
D'Amato,
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Now I need a motion for 16-7.6. This is a resolution opposing the increase in any tax levy due to funding the Passaic County Technical Institute. They've done an analysis on consideration of how they would fund it differently. Would be about, I think it was a $225,000 or
It's around
$250,000
over $200,000 to us.
increase to our school board levy if this funding mechanism was to change. So we're opposing that, and I need a motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Costa,
Yes.
D'Amato, Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Next, I would like a motion for 16-7.7. This is a resolution supporting Senate Bill S. 2440, exempting provisions from Highlands Water Protection Act for construction, expansion, or renovation of building or structure owned by municipality or volunteer fire department. No, there's no plans for anything, everybody. It's just following suit with many Highlands municipalities. Who makes that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers D'Amato,
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
Next, I need a motion for 16-7.8, as funded in our capital plan this year. This is the award to buyer of Morristown dealership for 2016 Ram 3500 regular pickup, the amount of $34,884. Who makes that motion?
Second.
Any further discussion?
How much did we have this budget in?
Excuse me?
What was the budget on it?
More than that because of lighting and radios and things, but 34,000 is, I believe we put 40,000.
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me. But we're okay. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Also funded in our capital, I need a motion for 7.9. This is award of utility vehicle, 2016 Ram 3500, $55,497. Again, both these vehicles are replacing out-of-service, old, worn vehicles, for sure. So who makes that motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes, thank you. Next, we're introducing by title ordinance number
19, 2016.
19, 2016, an ordinance banning the black bear hunt on borough-owned property. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
With second and final reading on August 16th, 7 p.m. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
August 16th, you said? Okay.
Yes.
Councilmember Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Item J, discussion regards to staffing of the police department. Our public health and safety had a meeting with the chief. We did budget in this year's budget the hiring of one officer. I believe we're looking here for an authorization to give our chief authorization for a promise of employment before the end of the year. We have budgeted one employee. Obviously, we're in July. We wouldn't hire or begin to pay to approximately December because of the academy. And why we do this is because our officers are a very big part of the academy and its training. And I believe when they see the best candidate, we want to make that promise of employment. So I don't want to misspeak to the committee of Dawn, Mike, and John, but did you have any further items, or is that what we were looking to discuss?
I was not at the meeting. I got to follow up with the chief. It was John and Dawn.
We met with the chief, and we discussed this pretty thoroughly, and we are supporting the needs.
Okay.
So, yes.
Do you want to do that by resolution, Jane, or
Sure.
should we just do a motion? Just giving the chief an authorization to give a promise of employment. By resolution or just a motion?
We're down one?
Oh, yeah,
Down two?
you're down two.
Okay.
Okay, so I'd ask for a motion for resolution 7.10 to give authorization to Chief Burrell to give a promise of employment. Again, that hire date would be after November. It's fully funded this year, but we're 2 officers down and we're hiring 1 this year based on retirements. Who makes that motion, please?
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? Thank you to the committee. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Delariva.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Item K is simply what I referenced earlier in comments, was that the state of New Jersey issued an order to delay all projects funded by the TTF, which began on July 8th, 2016. I'm confident they'll come to a resolution. What bothers me most is these are already authorized projects, funded projects. So I don't know how they could stop it. The money should be there. If they've given a grant, they funded it. For example, Reeve Ave was our 2015 application. So you would imagine, like the borough can't award anything without a certification of funds. So makes you wonder how things work. So we hope to get a release on that so we can begin on continue on and award Reeve Ave, hopefully at our next meeting. Thank you. We will now go back to pending item. First item, this is second final reading of public ordinance for 18-2016, the AH1 overlay zone. Public notice statement, please.
Mr. Mayor, this ordinance was posted in the municipal building, published in the Herald News. Copies available to the public, so a motion may be made that it be read by title.
And who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that's an ordinance of the Borough of Bloomingdale, County of Passaic, and State of New Jersey, establishing Section 92-61.1 of the Borough Code known as the AH1 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone.
Thank you. I now need a motion to open the public hearing on 18-2016. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
Before we begin, I'm going to turn it over to our attorney, Mr. Semra, to talk about some of the recommendations from the planning board and how we're addressing those in the ordinance. And then I will open the microphone up to anyone wishing to speak. What I would like to do on public comment is obviously everyone will have the opportunity to speak. I will say that we have been 4 years talking about this subject and no less than 8 public meetings about it. So again, everyone has the opportunity to speak. I just ask you to try to keep it within 5 minutes. Again, we never put a limitation. We try not to, but I'd ask you to try to keep it within 5 minutes. If it's a new subject, you're more than welcome to come back a second time if we're just not repeating ourselves. And I'd ask you to just keep it concise and to the point. And I appreciate that very much. And you direct the chair, and then the chair will direct your question from there. So with that said, I'll turn it over to Mr. Semrau, who can explain.
I can if you want. Just go ahead. Mayor, we, pursuant to the municipal land use law, the ordinance was sent down to the planning board for a consistency determination. And the planning board secretary transmitted a letter that I would ask to be part of the record that indicates, in fact, that the planning board found the ordinance to be consistent with the master plan. But it also came with certain recommendations as well. That's based on a July 14th, 2016 communication that I believe has been distributed to the governing body. And based on some of the recommendations, I wanted to propose that the governing body consider an amendment to the ordinance. For an example, the governing body the planning board asked if the setback be considered to be 300 feet. Right now it's 150 feet in the ordinance. So if there'd be a recommendation to change that setback to 200 feet, perhaps the governing body would consider that as part of an amendment, as well as there was language that discussed screening and a recommendation that the screening be approved by the borough engineer. And I've also made that change to the ordinance as well as a proposed change, that under section H3, when it talks about the proposed use, it would read, whereas a proposed use abuts a residential zone boundary line, the setback for quarrying activity shall be not 150 but 200 feet, which shall be a planted buffer with sufficient height to provide reasonable screening. And then this would be the new language as recommended by the Planning Board Review Committee as approved by the borough engineer. And that would provide a review process for the actual screening. And secondly, there was recommendations by the board to reference the reports that were done and the studies that were done. And although it's not part of the ordinance, I think it's important that the record does reflect that Jeff Otto, Richard Redding, they both prepared various impact studies from a financial standpoint, but the borough engineer also prepared a flood study that was considered by the governing body prior to the introduction of this ordinance and the adoption of the ordinance. Also, with respect to just based on some of the review and the comments, although they're not substantial, from a presentation standpoint, there's one under section F of the ordinance. The sentence reads halfway down in section F, this overlay zone shall provide that the property owner may only conduct quarrying and mining operations. That should read a period. And then it should state, the word along with should be stricken for clarification. It should state, the ancillary and support functions, comma, shall not generate noise, which would be perceptible outside the quarry. And that's basically a presentation or a clarification to the ordinance. And then with respect to setbacks, again, under section I, based on the planning board's recommendation, I-1, says the zone provides that where boundaries of the properties adjoin or abut a residential zone, reasonable screening, and then again it should say, based on the recommendation, as approved by the borough engineer, that provides a standard of review and someone to review the work that's done. So I don't believe that's a substantial change. And then again, later on, just to reflect the change previously, if the governing body approves, would be an overall 200-foot undisturbed buffer as opposed to 150. And then finally, with respect to section I-4, there should be clarification with respect to the drilling or blasting, and that's based on the recommendation of the planning board, saying that it should be between the hours of that blasting should only operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. And so to that, I suggest for clarification that the ordinance read under section 4, there shall be no blasting between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. And the sentence before that should be stricken, because then blasting is specified. It should say there shall be no drilling between the hours of 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. That clarifies the two operations based on the recommendations.
Do you want to speak to?
These are more restrictive, these proposed changes, whether it be the buffer or the review process or the reference to the reports. So those are the proposed amendments, Mayor. Nothing from a substantial standpoint, but from a standpoint of clarification, and as I mentioned, more restrictive.
Do you want to speak to court?
Yeah, but first, would the governing body consider, before the public hearing, consider those amendments, those changes, so that the public can also be heard on those?
Want to vote on that?
Yes, just as amended for the public hearing.
So would someone make a motion to accept those amendments as part of the ordinance?
Why are we not accepting the recommendations as the planning board has them in here at 300 foot? The zoning with visible year-round screening, we didn't mention that in there. And there's a couple other items in here that were in the recommendations from the planning board that are different than what we're getting ready to vote on here.
Well, it says year-round screening. I'm not sure. Let me just see where you reference that, Mr. Sondemeier. Year-round screening. Where does it say year-round? So
On the first recommendation, recommendation 1, change section to read, where proposed use abuts a residential zone boundary line, the setback for quarrying activity shall be 300 feet, inclusive of planted buffer, with sufficient height to provide reasonable year-round screening as approved by the borough engineer, where vegetative screening does not exist.
Well, it wasn't clear to me what year-round meant, because a lot of this is a natural buffer, so I didn't know exactly what they meant by year-round, but I did understand the ordinance recommendation with respect to approved by the borough engineer.
I think when I was here at the meeting, I thought they were talking about evergreens as opposed to just maples and oaks that are going to lose their leaves during the winter.
I don't think it's a problem to amend that.
Okay, that's up to, whatever the pleasure of the governing body is. That would be is there
I think
consent?
we should be amended to year-round.
Yeah, put year-round.
I agree.
Year-round.
so provide reasonable, I'll put year-round.
Can I move that we just accept the recommendations of the planning board dated July 15th for everything that they did recommend?
Well, that's what I've tried to incorporate. If there's other things you want to try to include, then they need to be integrated into the ordinance.
Okay, so the one was, year-round screening. Your other question was 300 foot.
H3 and I1 both have that vegetative screening in year-round with 300-foot buffers.
Okay, so the buffer was 300 request by the planning board. Originally was 150.
The first vote on the first person on the planning board mentioned the 1,000-foot buffer, and then the rest of the board settled on 300 feet.
As their recommendation.
And that is a recommendation, 300 feet.
What's the council's thought on that?
Well, how did we come up with 200? That would be the...
Again, it was just a matter of Fred and I talking as far as meeting it. It's not quite meeting it halfway, but making it a little broader. So,
I mean, I prefer 300 if that's acceptable.
What is in here?
What's the pleasure of the council?
I'm fine with 300.
I'm sorry?
I'm fine with 300.
You're fine with 300?
It's fine.
Tony?
I'd be happy.
Yeah, I like 300.
Yeah. I'd be happy with that.
Okay. Pleasure of the council? Hey,
Think we got the recommendations of the,
Just trying to determine if it would be a substantial change. Right. So you're saying 300 feet?
so you've amended the year-round and the 300-foot.
Okay.
The council's pleasure, and I think, Mike, what else wasn't exact? I think everything else was.
They had the hours
I don't think it was.
on setbacks and restrictions, I-4, their recommendation,
The recommendation is it was 8 a.m. to 5
5
p.m.
p.m.
for drilling and blasting.
no Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays.
Right.
We did not mention Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays, and we went from 6 to 8
Right. The difference is 1 hour on the blasting and
weekends.
the drilling 6 to 8. But there's no blasting on weekends for the M1Q. References if not spoken.
This is the M1Q, yes.
Right.
So right now, that would be prohibited in the M1Q for those hours, because this is to follow the M1Q zone.
Right. And the M1Q does not permit blasting on the weekends.
Right, I don't believe it does.
Right. And the M1Q also has 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. So we're actually restricting the hours more, which I want to amend the M1Q to the more restrictive hours too. So council wants 300-foot buffer, year-round screening. I think the hours Fred reviewed of 8 to 6 is an hour difference of the planning board's recommendation should follow. And Saturday, Sunday is already not permitted in the M1Q, and this ordinance references the provisions in the M1Q follow here.
Yes.
And again, the studies they recommend are on the record, as Fred mentioned. They don't have to per se be listed, which is something actually I thought it should be, particularly the flood study, because it does quantify the phases that are in the ordinance, phase 1 being 15 acres, phase 2 being 13 acres, and phase 3 being 17 acres. But that's on the record.
Yes.
Already.
Correct.
So that would be a motion needed by the council to approve the changes regarding the year-round screening, the buffer, the hours Fred reviewed. Do I have that motion?
Does that have to?
I'm sorry, one more time. So,
We need a motion to make the change to amend the ordinance. 300-foot buffer, the planted buffer language Fred mentioned, but stating year-round screening. The hours, as Fred mentioned, blasting 8 to 5, drilling 6 to 6. I'm sorry, blasting 8 to 6, drilling 6 to 6. Currently, the M1Q is 6 to 6 on both. So we will be amending the M1Q to these more restrictive. I think that's everything.
I just had the parliamentary question whether the person who made the motion before has to be the person making it now.
It does. Well, I would ask you to amend the motion and the second, if you were to
yeah,
accept it.
I'll make that amendment.
So Ray had moved
Wait,
the
make
motion.
sure I said it.
Okay.
Okay, and who seconds that?
Second.
Yeah, I think I seconded it, so I'll second
Okay.
it.
Any further discussion? We were in the discussion part. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Costa.
Yes.
Tomato.
Yes.
Della Ripa.
Yes.
Hudson.
Yes.
Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Okay, I know we have a motion for public comment. I just want to
Whatever you want.
What I'd like to do is have Fred give everyone an up-to-date on the recent Superior Court ruling as it pertains to our affordable housing situation. So we'll do that first, and then we'll get to the public. So, Fred.
Okay, Mayor, as the governing body knows, the Supreme Court 2 years ago indicated that all towns can no longer go through the Council of Affordable Housing to obtain their fair share plan and their certification. And what certification does is it protects a municipality from a builder's remedy lawsuit where a builder comes in and asks the court to rezone various properties to build affordable housing. So municipalities had the option to go through the courts to obtain substantive certification. Bloomingdale, as well as probably 90% of the municipalities in the state, have filed in Superior Court for a determination that their affordable housing plan should protect the municipality from losing its right to zone in a way to have a plan for zoning and have development in a way that suits a particular municipality. In the case of Bloomingdale, we filed in Superior Court, and the court ordered the borough to prepare a revised plan, because the last plan was prepared, I believe, back in 2010, in which the borough followed all of these steps to the point where there was one intervener, and that was Fair Share Housing, who's intervened in all of the cases that are presently pending throughout the state. And there was a special master appointed who reviewed the plan, advised the judge, and also Fair Share. They had their own set of numbers, which were significantly higher than that was developed by the borough. However, when you look at the numbers that Fair Share presented versus the borough, the reconciling difference was there's really no infrastructure available, nor does open space or the Highlands provide the ability to ever reach the numbers Fair Share wants and seeks against many municipalities. So Fair Share withdrew their objection to the plan, so long as the governing body and the planning board recognize that there are restrictions on future development based on lack of infrastructure such as sewer and open space. However, with respect to the current development and plan, which includes the property known as the Mere Tract, and the other affordable housing units that the borough has complied with, Judge Brogan issued a decision and is signing an order that in effect provides the borough with substantive certification for the next 10 years, which means if a builder finds a piece of land, or if any existing owner of land wants to claim that there should be a high-density residential affordable housing type of development, at something like 10 units an acre or something of that nature, that wouldn't be permitted by way of a builder's remedy lawsuit, such as some of the things that have happened in the past. So the borough is one of the first municipalities to resolve this matter and conclude it, and I should say really by receiving an order of the Superior Court in satisfaction of the plan and what's been proposed. I only know of maybe one other community at this point in time, at least in North Jersey, that has received substantive certification. And as I mentioned, it's good for the next 10 years. So not one property owner or landowner, so long as the plan follows suit, has the ability to come and have a builder's remedy suit and rezone lands in the borough. Now, part of this plan and how it relates to this ordinance is it also includes the fact that the Mere Tract, which was a prior court order, will have a reasonable probability of actually being effectuated and developed. And as part of that, in the plan, the borough put together the fact that it would provide the opportunity for that development by what was known as the AH overlay zone, which is here this evening. So this actual ordinance is a vehicle that basically effectuates and takes into effect and puts into play the actual affordable housing plan that was approved by Judge Brogan yesterday, and it is part of the substantive certification that was awarded to the borough. The good news is this was previously a court-ordered development, but it hadn't been developed due to its site limitations. By having this ordinance in place, the court accepted the plan because there was a real probability, a realistic probability that it would be developed. But again, that only limits the plan to this tract. There's no other zoning that's required by this affordable housing plan throughout the borough. There's no order that the borough has to zone other properties or find additional residential development and affordable housing so long as it complies with this plan. So I think from a standpoint of affordable housing, that's really terrific news for the standpoint of the borough, because it precludes those type of suits, and it also leaves the uncertainty that the litigation which is out there, which could become where there are decisions where courts will order rezoning or order plans to be revised to have rezoning. The only revisions to this plan that is a condition of this order is that the planner define the fact that the borough has what's called a durational adjustment, that we don't have the ability or the infrastructure to construct any additional residential development beyond as it's been proposed in the plan.
And the objector in our court case was Fair Share Housing.
Yes.
They're an objector in every one throughout the state.
Yes, they are.
Their number for the borough was what, 581 or something?
Yes,
like
close to 600.
600. And so the adjustment based on the court orders, what amount of a reduction in our affordable?
The actual adjustment, or the durational type of adjustment, is the difference, because they're not buildable so long as the borough complies with its plan.
Right.
Is it the 239 number?
I believe it was 457 units. It is. It's 457 units that are no longer an obligation, that Fair Share is seeking, a similar, obligation from towns depending on their size and their development potential. But the 457 was essentially given up. It's the difference between the two reports, based on the fact that Fair Share was convinced, and the special master called the affordable housing zone, which is before you tonight, called it an innovative way to address your affordable housing obligation, and one which the special master did not take objection to, and overall recommended this as part of the plan, and was accepted by the court.
So what's our final number?
Our final number is to build units such as the 72 on the mirror track, and over time look for approximately 24 units if there were opportunities along the way for some, whether they be, pocket type of vacant land and things like that over time, but not the 400, not the 600.
Let me just so the council, so what'll have to
It's
happen?
96 total? That's what they want?
When you say 96 total,
You said 72 on the...
And 24.
72 on the
24
mirror track. They gave us
possible.
credit for 9 on Avalon Bay. The Center for Humanistic Change, they gave us credit for 5, and Mountaintop, they gave us credit for 6.
And then some for the trust fund too, isn't it affordable?
Yeah, there's, from the Avalon Bay funds, there's rehabilitation units that the borough all along has said they wanted to address, and those are 10 units, and you have just enough at $100,000.
So the answer, Mike, is besides what's already in place, Mountaintop, with all the ones Fred mentioned, we need 24 additional
96 total.
versus 457. Well, the 72 was already part of our plan. 72 on Mir was already in our
So
plan. In
additional
our,
24.
correct.
96.
Right. And I know the COA plan you had some on Main Street, looking to do some on Main Street. Now, ultimately, our COA planner is going to have to, finalize the plan, so the planning board needs to review that.
Right.
And just,
Correct.
support that too.
But without any rezoning
No,
recommendations.
rezoning, right. Just the COA plan, the housing element of that plan. Okay. All right, thank you. So sorry to keep everyone waiting. So we're open now to public. If anyone wishes to please come up, just please come up, state your name and address clearly for the record.
I'm Ellen Fritz Gerber. I'm here both as a private citizen and as a member of the Bloomingdale Environmental Commission. I don't know what to address first, since you're talking about the Judge Brogan. I was at the recent planning board meeting, and referring back to Mr. Nelson, who had put together the addendum And I had become aware of that when it was in front of the planning board or introduced to the planning board. And I went there and I had a list of misstatements that were in the addendum, and I read them off, and I asked Mr. Nelson if he'd heard of them, and he did not, was unaware of them. They were factual. And it ended with the chairman asking Mr. Nelson if he was okay with that, and he was. I revisited that last week at the planning board, and they said that I should have come to the council with that was not in their prerogative to address it. He was there only for informational reasons, and that if there were errors, it should have been brought to the council. I never heard that before. I didn't know that. The reason I'm saying this now is because that addendum has a lot of misstatements and errors, intentional, I think, and that was what was put in front of the special master and in front of Judge Brogan. So I don't know how you want to address that. I was told by the planning board that that's a complaint that should be issued here, because he was hired by you, and those errors should have been addressed by you all. But I didn't know that. I don't know if you want to respond.
Well, what you're referring to, in your opinion, these errors, when did you first?
I first heard about it when it was in front of the planning board, and I went to the planning board meeting.
When was that?
A few months ago.
That was in March or April?
Probably.
Okay, so, and since that time, who did you inform of your concerns?
I thought that was my job. I thought I was done. I didn't know. They weren't telling me at that time that this
So at that same meeting in March or April is when you brought this to the attention of the planning board?
I was not told that I should be coming to the council.
I mean, I'm not familiar. All I can say is submit what your concerns are.
Well, it's kind of late now. It's already...
Well, I still would want my attorney to review it.
By the same token, you sent I don't know if it's an objection letter, but you sent a letter to Judge Brogan.
I did.
And he read your letter. He referenced it.
I think he was talking about something. I sent him two things.
But it was with respect to, an anticipation of yesterday and what was a final hearing, which was also considering the report and things of that nature.
Okay.
And you had an opportunity to respond, and you did. And he read your letter. I didn't receive a copy.
I think the letter he was reading was a different letter. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was about the addendum.
Okay. But there was an opportunity to be heard, and he did acknowledge your correspondence.
Okay. So now I'm just saying that's what transpired. That's how that transpired. And I know there were errors, and I believe other people had addressed them as well at the planning board meeting. They didn't go anywhere because Mr. Nelson said it didn't bother him. So the other reason I'm here tonight is as a member of the Environmental Commission. And the Environmental Commission was created to recommend to the planning. It has many responsibilities, including...
Just for the record, you're here...
Just for the record.
You're here representing the
right now,
Environmental Commission.
I'm representing our work.
But did the board then make a determination they wanted you to speak for them?
No, I did not ask. No.
Okay. So you're here...
I'm here because we had our review of the amendment to the master plan, which was supposed to be submitted a year ago. And if I can continue, I'll explain what's happened. So this
is what she's talking about.
The Environmental Commission, the BEC, one of its responsibilities is to recommend to the planning board actions on environmental and conservation matters. About a year ago, the BEC produced a recommendation to the planning board on the 2015 amendment to the master plan. It was supposed to be submitted to the planning board and entered into the public record. It wasn't. I found this out because a recent adopted resolution of the BEC was not submitted and distributed to the planning board, and it occurred to me that our earlier recommendation may have met the same fate. While our review did end up in a similar void, I don't know if it was for the same reasons. Nevertheless, our review was substantive, detailed, and created by the only municipal body whose sole responsibility is to represent the environmental and conservation needs of the borough. So, to ensure our review is given a proper hearing, even if it's a year late, I'd like to read the highlights of that review into the record. Is that okay?
Is that your July 23rd, 2015?
July 27th.
Not yours.
July 27th, BEC review of the 2015 amendment to the master plan. It was never put into the record.
Well, I know the governing body did acknowledge and put into the record an environmental commission report to the governing body that opposed.
Right, this opposed it.
Right.
Jane, I think, went and looked and was unable to find anything about it. And the planning board had no memory of it. And when I spoke to you, you had a hazy...
Well, I do remember getting a document from the Environmental Commission. No. And put it on the agenda just for acknowledgement that, do you all recall that? That we just acknowledged that the BEC opposed the project. So the reason I raise it, it has been acknowledged on the record by the governing body.
Okay. Jane didn't find it.
Yeah, I mean, this is some time ago, last July.
It's when she looked.
Yeah.
She looked for when it was submitted.
Okay.
I'm not trying to put the
which is
the
fine,
onus
but
on Jane,
but my point is, it was acknowledged, it was on the record. So if you continue.
Okay. I'm just going to read some of the highlights of that. Okay, while supporters of the amendment often point to the New Jersey Department of Environment as a guarantee against ecological degradation, it is important to note that state regulations are frequently open to change. They are currently being discussed and cannot be relied on.
It's the same letter.
The area comprising Federal Hill has been recognized by the borough as environmentally sensitive and in need of protection for decades. 1989, the Bloomingdale and Natural Resource Inventory stated that what is of particular interest is the presence of extremely steep slopes throughout this area. 2001, the New Jersey State Planning Commission changes Federal Hill from PA2 suburban area to PA5 environmentally sensitive area. The 450-acre wooded tract, includes the Mere Tract, includes 4 types of wetlands, threatened and endangered species, and extremely steep slopes. 2007, the Bloomingdale Environmental Council requests in a letter that the New Jersey Highland Council place Federal Hill in the preservation area. Development, quote, development would result in a large increase in runoff and erosion. The thin acidic soils associated with areas of steep slopes are particularly sensitive to disturbances, and extensive regrading or other activity could irrevocably harm the existing biota by changing both the flow of perched groundwater and the chemistry of the soil. Federal Hill, due to heavy forestation, dense vegetation, and proximity to the Pequannock River, maximizes aquifer recharge. 2007. Ordinance 13, 2007. The intent is to construct the inclusionary development, this is AH, development within a restricted area of disturbance while requiring the remainder of the site to be preserved as open space. This is the conservation easement, it's in the ordinance. The restricted area of disturbance shall be limited to an area consisting of 32 acres. 2008. The regional master plan designated the site a conservation priority area, indicating that the site is a priority for open space protection. 2011. Bloomingdale submits the Highlands Environmental Resource Inventory to the Highlands Council. Quote, high resource value lands that are important to maintaining water quality, water quantity, and sensitive ecological resources and processes. Land acquisition is a priority in the protection zone, and development activities will be extremely limited. New Jersey, in 2011, New Jersey Highlands Council wrote, property is indeed extensively constrained by Highlands resource features, including critical wildlife habitat, high integrity riparian area, Highlands open water buffers, forest in a forest resource area, and steep slopes. 2013 revision of open space plan. While the goal of the revision is to strike a reasonable, revision of an open space plan. While the goal of the revision is to strike a reasonable and responsible balance between the valid public policy objective of open space preservation and the legitimate need to maintain affordability. The document still emphasizes that Federal Hill contains large areas of steep slopes, thin soils, wetlands, and the pristine streams, and home to endangered and threatened wildlife. Then there's the steep slope ordinance. which everybody knows about. The 2014 reexamination of the master plan as adopted has many inconsistencies. It was relied on for the 2015 amendment. One of the claims made in the amendment is that the 2013 open space master plan states that the, quote, preservation of Federal Hill is not feasible, quote, it's unfounded. Our thorough reading of the plan finds no such supporting documentation. The BEC recognizes the need to respect the court's order for affordable housing. The amendment goes on to say that the court determined that the permissible uses in a quarry overlay are not inconsistent with the approved inclusionary housing development. However, most deceptively, the amendment leaves out the sentence that serves to end and punctuate the court order. Nothing herein shall compel the Borough Council or Planning Board to take such action. Given that the court order permitting a mining overlay was arrived at without any consideration of environmental impacts, and given that a change in the master plan will inarguably open a pathway for future encroachment into the Mere Tract, the BEC rejects the 2015 master plan amendment in its entirety. That's it. And I was just wondering, you're attaching stuff to the ordinance. Is it inappropriate to attach the BEC review?
We did not attach reports.
Could you do that?
To the ordinance. We just, what you stated, we were attaching things to the ordinance.
Right. Could you attach the
Wait a minute, I'm
BEC
correcting
review?
you. We did not,
I know you did not. Could you?
because it's on the record.
Right.
I'm
Right.
sorry?
Those are documents the governing body has looked at and
Yeah,
discussed.
well, the mayor says you looked at this, that you've seen this. I was just wondering, we're an important entity, and we should be respected, and we should be given a hearing, and why not attach it? And otherwise, it even looks funny because you have everything supporting it. Why not have?
That's really not a
This is
request,
not
though.
political. The BEC is
Right.
not political. It is simply to protect the environment. That's it. That's it. We don't consider anything else.
But it was sent to the planning board,
It was sent to the plan. It was supposed to be distributed. Well, it wasn't,
and then the
evidently.
planning board adopted the master plan amendment.
No, I don't think they ever saw this.
Well,
They never saw it, which is, is pretty egregious. It's pretty egregious. We had asked for a delay so that we could put it together. We spent quite a bit of time,
Didn't-
effort,
I believe-
and research.
You and I met last week. I believe what
Right.
the planning board secretary told you is that that document was distributed to the planning board members. That's what I thought you were told.
No, it couldn't be found. Couldn't be found.
And who did you send it to initially?
Frank did it.
So the BEC chairman submitted that document. Because I do.
Said he submitted he said he would submit the documents.
Okay. Again, we will check, because I know the governing body acknowledged a document from the BEC. I can't speak for the planning board, but I do know.
It would be odd for it to go,
Frank,
not, to
I
go
do
to you
know
and not
that-
to the planning board.
But again, I can't speak to that, but I do know the BEC chairman sent me the report from the BEC opposing,
Okay.
which is what I have here, dated July 23rd.
Why is it important?
I'm just saying, giving
Okay. And
record.
from
And the whole council, the council,
other
that.
times, it seems like that might just go on between you and the chairman. So I'm not sure that it was publicly distributed.
Jane will search, the council recalls it, all I could do from the
So the
governing
council
body
recall-
standpoint.
Yeah.
So, I'm just telling you,
So should I give you a copy so it can?
you can absolutely give the clerk a copy.
Okay. That's it.
Anyone else, please?
Good evening. My name is Elliot Ruga. I'm the policy director of the New Jersey Highlands Coalition. And hearing the last testimony by a member of your environmental commission, whether or not the document is in your possession or where it exists, I think the points she brought up should be addressed one by one. That's the important input that they bring to this body. This entire deal of allowing an exchange of a change of zoning for a donation of property and it being improved began well before the public knew anything about it. Once the public process began, it was a pro forma task of reworking and bending the public process of rewriting history to make the documented history conform to that of this deal, which was a done deal before the public even heard about it. Throughout the entirety of the planning board and this borough council hearings, where the public was attempting to catch up with this board's intentions, the public was heard, but it was not listened to. The public came out in force in opposition to this deal. But despite the doubts, concerns, problems, and issues brought forth during the public exchange, nothing has changed in the course of these events. And if I may summarize the concerns that have not been addressed: development on steep slopes, destruction of critical wildlife habitat and wetlands and other public trust resources, inconsistency with documented sentiment and planning vision of this town as memorialized in its master plan, denial of the recommendations of the Environmental Commission, risks to increased flooding, impacts to the water quality of the Peconic River, the diminution of adjacent housing values, the reversal on planning area conformance with the Highlands Council, wasting tens of thousands of dollars of taxpayer funds, and the loss of up to $100,000 of funding set aside to complete the conformance. And by the way, the municipal build-out under Highlands conformance was 24 units. There are other ways to achieve substantive certification for your fair share housing. And the general legitimate concerns about the quality of life impacts from the expansion of this intensive industrial operation in this town have been ignored. Thank you. Thank you.
Whoever comes first.
My name is Ross Kushner. I'm representing the Peconic River Coalition. Before I start, I just have a quick question. I know it's on everybody's mind here. We had a ordinance that we were all aware of, we all reviewed. Now we have a new ordinance. It's changed.
It's not new. There's the changes, most of them were from the planning board recommendation. It's just modified. It's technically amended. And none of the amendments are of a substantial nature. They're just to supplement the original intent of the ordinance. So things such as the borough engineer's review, the buffers being moved, they're done in a more protective way. So
as long as it's more protective, it's okay to amend it like this?
Well, so long as it's not substantial changes, where it changes.
Well, you doubled the buffer.
Doesn't change the character of the actual proposed zone.
And also, could you go over that noise thing? Read the original and then read the new and tell me how that's not substantial. Just curious.
That was in paragraph F, which read, the overlay zone shall provide the property owner may only conduct quarrying and mining operations, period, is the proposed change.
Oh, but what was the original?
It said quarrying and mining operations along with the ancillary and support functions, which does not generate noise. And the correction was, the next sentence read, the ancillary and support functions shall not generate noise. So
now quarrying and mining, which in the original ordinance, you would not be allowed to have noise project beyond the quarry.
No,
now
that's not the way it read.
Well, read it again.
No, it said along with the ancillary and support functions.
No, read the whole sentence, please. Thank you.
This overlay zone shall not provide that the property owner may only conduct quarrying and mining operations along with the ancillary and support functions.
So quarrying and mining operations along with ancillary.
Then it says which does not generate noise, and the which was interpreted to connect with ancillary and support functions.
Well, actually, which in the original, that's why they're changing it. Original applied to the quarrying and mining.
Well, that's your opinion, but
It's not an opinion. It's how the sentence reads. That's why you're changing it.
No, that's not correct. It's to clarify it. So,
Well, you know, I would bet if you ask every member of this audience here what they read that sentence on, they would say that it was quarrying and mining were not supposed to generate noise beyond the quarry. Now, that's okay to generate noise beyond the quarry. If your property is bordering that, I'll tell you something. That's a significant change. You may not think it's significant, but I'll bet those people think it's significant.
no, the actual noise is also referenced under setbacks and restrictions under Section 4, and that also did not change under the Noise Control Act of 1971.
Could you read the Noise Control Act of 1971?
Excuse me?
Do you want to read the Noise Control Act of 1971 and give what you think is referenced?
Do I want to read the entire noise control?
Well,
I'm not going to debate you about it.
You're offering that to...
It's a state standard as to noise.
Right, well, what is a state standard as to noise?
It's set out in great detail what the noise standards are. And it's referenced in the ordinance.
All right. I want to go on the record that I think you've substantially changed the ordinance. The public has not had an opportunity to see it, and you're going to be voting on it tonight in defiance of what proper procedure should be. All right. As far as the...
Are you saying that with respect to the buffers, too? Because you mentioned the buffers.
I'm saying that, yes. Most especially, yes.
Okay.
150 feet versus 300 feet, that's double the buffer. So if you're making a substantial change to the ordinance, the people in this audience and the general public should have an opportunity to review it. You can't just change an ordinance on the fly. That's not how it's done. And you're telling me
That's not what's happening, though. It's
you're
based
telling
on
me
the
all the changes were more restrictive. They're not. When you change that noise reference, it's become less restrictive, not more restrictive.
That's a point of clarification.
Only because you say it is, Mr. Semrau, with all due respect.
Because you say it's not, though, Mr.
Right, so it's a difference of opinion. That doesn't make me wrong. It might make you wrong. To get back to the ordinance and our review of the original ordinance, which is now new, we have seen many of our past concerns confirmed by the Bloomingdale Environmental Commission. I too find it surprising and disturbing that the BEC has not been properly utilized throughout this process. The fact that somebody saw their letter, that's not the point. As Elliot Ruga said, their input has been discarded, their voice has been silenced, they're not used. They're your Environmental Commission. Why would you not utilize them? And they're supposed to have exclusive control. Exclusive control, that's what's in the ordinance that creates them, over open space in this town. Now you're changing 140 acres of open space to quarry and not consulting them. So you're defying your own ordinances. The drafted ordinance itself contains a number of inconsistencies, weird terms. In the ordinance it says that, quote, the use includes extensive site preparation of 35 acres in an expedited manner. What's an expedited manner? Is that a week, a month, a year, 10 years? Okay, the only reason you would put a term like expedited manner in there is because you really don't want to have any control over them at all. Because if you want to have control, you need to put in 6 months, 2 years, 5 years. That's what explains what an expedited manner is. You can't just put the term in there. We remind you that TILCON in their present...
if I may answer that, if it's not clear and you're saying it could take a long time, then the overlay zone does not apply, and no quarry...
I was going to clarify that. Would you allow me to continue?
Well, I just wanted to answer your question.
Well, you can't answer the question until I finished asking it. We must remind the borough that TILCON in their public presentation did not anticipate reaching the limits of the current quarry for 60 years. Because of this, there is no incentive for them to perform any site preparation work on the affordable housing site in the mere tract before this time, since the overlay zoning and the expansion of the quarry is unnecessary to them until the existing quarry is exhausted. And that doesn't occur for 60 years. The borough stated that this ordinance is necessary due to a 10-year lapse of construction on the affordable housing site. So on one hand, you say this is absolutely necessary because we had a 10-year lapse in construction. On the other hand, you don't explain expedited manner, and you know that the current quarry is not going to be exhausted for 60 years, which means they have no incentive to do the site preparation work for 60 years. So that just makes it all the more egregious that you haven't explained what an expedited manner is. Now, Mr. Semrau, go ahead.
I would just say to you that the expedited manner is in the ordinance because you would hope that for the sake of complying with the affordable housing obligation, that the property owner would move in an expedited fashion. If they don't, keep in mind, as I said, if they do not move in an expedited fashion, whether there's a standard there or not, if it's not done, the ordinance itself and the overlay do not apply, and no work could be done, and the quarrying use will not apply to the rest of that property. That's my answer.
So when you go to Tilcon and you say to them, you're not doing this in an expedited manner, the first question I would ask as their attorney is, what is an expedited manner? And you ask 10 people that, you'll get 10 different opinions. So if you want them to move in an expedited manner, you need to explain in the ordinance what an expedited manner is. I'm just trying to help you out, Fred, you know? The ordinance goes on to state, such site preparation, which is defined as extraction and grading, must be in accordance with a commitment to develop the affordable housing. Is it the intent of the ordinance that the party conducting site preparation must also commit to developing the site? Currently, this seems to be what the ordinance says.
The party must take necessary steps, yes, to develop the site for the use of affordable housing in accordance with the court order.
It says must be in accordance with a commitment. You think that's what that means? That's what the ordinance says.
Where are you reading from? What section?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. It says such site preparation, which is defined as extraction and grading, must be in accordance with a commitment to develop the affordable housing. To me, that reads that they have to commit to developing the site. I think you want to change that language. That's my only recommendation. I don't know if that's an amendment that's more restrictive or not. I'll let that go.
Well, the site preparation is solely for, as it says, to develop the affordable housing, which is in accordance with the court order. I mean...
Well, then that's what it should say, in accordance with the court order.
No, I think the actual...
I mean, if you have to explain it to me, then there's probably something wrong with it. That's all I'm saying.
No, I don't think there's anything really wrong with it.
I'm sure you don't.
No, I don't.
The ordinance states, in accordance with the phasing of the project that is marked on the map referenced as Exhibit B, with phase Roman numeral 1, phase Roman numeral 2, and phase 3. Quarrying and mining may not proceed to a succeeding phase until quarrying and mining in the preceding phase has been completed. I mean, the first thing I have to point out is on the exhibit you have numbers 1, 2, and 3. In the ordinance you have Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2. You know, I mean, you might want to fix that.
Really?
Yeah, really.
No, I don't think so. I think it's 1, 2, and 3. I don't think that's...
But, you know, the real concern I have is that Exhibit B isn't even scaled. I mean, you don't have any scale of feet on here. You don't have a date when it was produced. You don't have an engineering firm on here. I mean, it's just like some kid drew it on the kitchen table. This shouldn't be in an ordinance. You really need something way better than this. So people from the public could determine, have they proceeded to phase 1 or have they not? How many feet is it from their borderline, you know? You really need to have that. Actually, the way you have it drawn on here, the writing of phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 obscures the borderlines of the property. I mean, that's bizarre. So I can't see voting on an ordinance with something this shabby in it. I really can't. In addition, Exhibit B does not accurately, or the ordinance nor Exhibit B does not accurately describe these phases. Is Phase 1 from the limit of the existing quarry line to the line labeled as Phase 1? What exactly is Phase 2? I mean, you don't explain anywhere what those mean. You just say a phase, Phase 1. What is Phase 1? Is Phase 3 everything beyond the line or everything inside the line? You really need to delineate that precisely. I mean, that's what an ordinance should do. The text describing the phases states, quarrying and mining operations may not proceed to a succeeding phase until the quarrying and mining in the preceding phase has been completed. It doesn't say what happens when you get to the line labeled as Phase 3. Does all quarrying have to stop at that point? I mean, you really need to spell it out in the ordinance. Otherwise, you know, what good are the phases? We have repeatedly stated concerns on the proximity of new quarry activity to residential properties. The proposed ordinance describes 3 phases of quarry expansion that may or may not limit this activity to Phase 3. It also states where a proposed use abuts a residential boundary line, the setback for quarrying shall be 150 feet, now 300 feet. If quarry extension is limited to the line shown on Exhibit B as Phase 3, the setback should really be more like 600 feet. I mean, I don't understand why you have phases and then only 100 foot or 300 foot setback. I mean, if Phase 3 is a setback line, great, then make it the setback line. There are also a number of typographic errors in the text that you should probably address. Somebody should get spell check. One final objection is the ordinance drafted in June has already been altered with corrected lot and block information. That is a substantial change. Since it's not the ordinance that it was introduced at the June council meeting, even more so after tonight, the ordinance should be reintroduced and sufficient time given to the public for review. We hope all these problems are corrected. Thank you.
That's fine.
Yeah, who else would like to speak, please?
I have a couple of issues. Linda Huntley, 86 Van Dam. First, I'd like to address, Fred, what you just said before. I disagree with what you stated, that the ordinance is not part of the certification. The judge did not rule on the ordinance. So stating that was incorrect. I also would like to provide to the council members a picture that was taken that shows that they have already broken the sight line. If you go on to Jeffrey Drive, you can see the quarry.
I saw that. Yeah.
Already.
That's their existing boundaries, as far as I know.
But you can see it now.
No, I know. I saw it on your Safe Federal Hill Facebook page. So I drove. I saw the thing. I inquired. I was told it was perimeter fencing being installed.
I don't know.
I didn't see it.
But it's on the existing boundaries. They haven't.
And if I may, Ms. Hundley, while you're passing that out, if I in any way indicated the ordinance was approved by the judge, you're correct, it was not. But this ordinance is in support of the plan, and the ordinance effectuates the affordable housing plan, and the ordinance was opined by the special master as an innovative way to address affordable housing. But that's basically what I wanted to say. But I will say, no, the ordinance was not ratified by the judge, but it is part of effectuating the plan.
Okay, but also the present ordinance also provides a reasonable opportunity for the units, because you still have the 72 units as you have now. You have not added any new units.
No, not the present ordinance does not, according to the borough engineer, and just from what's happened to the property, the site is just not suitable for development, and no developers have been interested in developing the property because of its contour. So according to the engineer, the costs are prohibitive.
The cost is about $900,000 based upon John Mafasky's estimate.
I'm just saying he felt it was cost prohibitive for builders to ever come in and develop it in its current site and the current form.
Okay, now I do have a statement that I'd like to make. To me, it's still unfathomable that this council is considering permitting quarrying on the Muir tract. Quarrying is destruction of land. Quarrying creates havoc in every town where a quarry exists near homes. Look at Riverdale, look at Ponce and Lakes. They're fighting with them constantly. Quarrying is an annoyance to the people affected by the noise, the dust, and the blasting. This is the only community that is considering allowing this destructive behavior on an environmentally sensitive piece of property in favor of what? Of money. This is going to cause loss of home values, contrary to the reports we taxpayers and Tilcon paid for. It's going to cause damage to homes, and it's going to affect the health of the residents. The property is also subject to a conservation easement. I gave you all a copy of the conservation easement. It's signed, and it was given to the borough. The fact that the property is under conservation easement is nothing new. This has been addressed at numerous meetings, as well as the first meeting when Tilcon presented their view of what they were going to do to our town. At that meeting, Fred, you specifically asked me about this conservation easement, and I pointed out the ordinance. But yesterday at the meeting, you said you were unaware that there was a conservation easement. How can that be?
I didn't say I was unaware. I was made aware by the documentation that your attorney sent in. That was the first time I ever saw that actual document that was executed by certain parties.
Well, I find that also very strange, because that document was, I received that document from Jane. When you were told there was a conservation easement, didn't you think you should have looked to see, is there a conservation easement?
I looked at the planning board approvals. That's what you referenced, and that's what I read.
And in the planning board documents, that's where it was.
Yeah, but the planning board document didn't reference it as a permanent easement unless the project went forward under those approvals. So I didn't look at it as a permanent conservation easement on the property at this point in time.
Well, I think maybe you should have.
It was never executed by the municipality,
Yeah.
just for the record.
However, I would like to say that, well, be that as it may, there's no point in passing an ordinance to allow quarrying on this property because it's supposed to be conserved in its natural state for the public. As I previously stated, this was part of the original builder's remedy lawsuit, is in the current zoning ordinance, and it was a condition for the planning board approval. However, if you plan on passing this ordinance, it will be legally challenged. This challenge is also going to include a request that borough not be permitted to accept any gift of land from Tilcon or Finbar, because this gift is part of the contract zoning scheme, where the land is being rezoned for the benefit of Tilcon, Finbar, in exchange for a future gift of land to the borough. We believe this to be illegal, and I believe Councilman Yazdi, you stated that numerous times during meetings. Thus, if you hope to get this piece of property and flip it for a lot of money, I believe last I heard was $10 million, in exchange for this terrible zoning, we're going to oppose this every step of the way. Bloomingdale has for years protected Federal Hill. Now this council is seeking to destroy what all previous councils have always done, preserved Federal Hill, because it's important to Bloomingdale and to the public. We urge you to reconsider and not destroy this environmentally sensitive gem and cause havoc to many residents of this town because you believe you're going to get a little bit of silver.
Yes, she was waiting, Linda.
Stretch.
Good evening, Mayor and Council people. My name is Wilma Fry. I'm Senior Policy Manager for New Jersey Conservation Foundation, which is a statewide environmental policy organization and a land trust. We hold about 27,000 acres of land. I hold master's degrees in landscape architecture and public administration from Harvard University, and I have been working on Highlands environmental protection and land use issues since 1990. We urge you not to approve the proposed ordinance tonight. The matter, excuse me, the ordinance and the matter really need further study. The proposed ordinance protects neither the citizens of Bloomingdale nor the significant environmental and historic resources and values of Federal Hill. It does not to protect the public from the effects of the quarry. The document refers a number of times to both federal and state regulations, but basically state regulations only the labor laws that deal with quarries only really protect the workers in the quarry. They do not protect the municipality and its citizens and the environment outside of the quarry. And my impression of this piece of ordinance is that it is very short and it is lacking in many respects. A number of years ago, I was working on the issue, there was a quarry in Ringwood called the Brain Quarry, and I became familiar with reiterations of that quarry law, and I live in the town of Tewksbury, and we have a quarry in town, and it has a quarry ordinance, and it is much more comprehensive than what is before you right now. The municipality has to deal with not only buffers, which have been mentioned tonight, but hours, dust, traffic, noise, blasting, setbacks, screening, the materials used for the screening, proposed like stepping of terracing, because once you get down into a big stone quarry, they don't want the walls totally steep, they want them stepped. And for example, you have to make sure that your buffers don't allow that stepping to happen within the buffers, and removal of vegetation within the buffers, because they'll say, oh, that's not part of the quarry. Well, it is. So anyway, I think that this ordinance needs quite a lot of work. Secondly, it seems to me, as a person who has been studying and working in land use issues for quite a long time, like almost 50 years, that combining quarrying and the provision of housing directly adjacent to each other is exactly the sort of situation that land use zoning was created to prevent. To intentionally create the very condition by choice appears to me to be quite unreasonable, not to mention extremely short-sighted. Bloomingdale's existing affordable housing ordinance number 9261 states that the intent is to construct the inclusionary development within a restricted area of disturbance of about 32 acres, while requiring the remainder of the site to be preserved as open space. And that would be about 148 acres preserved. I think that it is really unfortunate, or I could use worse words, but I won't, that this ordinance would appear to totally renege on that choice that was made, that proposal. The environmental values of the Mare Tract are numerous and significant. I really find it almost unconscionable that the borough would propose to destroy these values of Federal Hill and not require the preservation of the Mare Tract beyond the creation of the affordable housing proposal. The proposal itself, unfortunately, is a very unfortunate proposal to start with, which is just simply keeps being revived and revived. And if there were some other way, I think it would be preferable to explore that possibility. Anyway, the Mare Tract, as the Environmental Commission person noted, has very important natural and values. It prevents flooding. There are steep slopes. The construction will result in huge amounts of flooding and erosion. It protects water supply, it protects wildlife habitat, and provides recreation, and with its forests, you have carbon sequestration benefits. So, the last thing I would note is that the Highlands Council identified the borough as a place of severe water deficit. The most severe, and there are about 7 or 8 categories, and the borough is in the red zone and the orange zone, which means that the provision of water, the water that is retained on the site, the surface water and the groundwater are extremely important. And it is highly questionable whether under the actual analysis by the council of the build-out, which they've done for every town, build-out based on water supply and septic and sewage infrastructure capabilities. I doubt very strongly that the proposed mere tract development of the housing would even be permitted at all. So that is, please, I would suggest think about this beyond this evening. Thank you.
Before you go, I just want to say for the record that I'm not sure if you knows the history. The housing we're referring to is a court order housing since 2007 and 8. So it's not, we're not talking about zoning. It's nothing to do with housing. Yes.
Linda Shortman, Kathy Lake. I have an email, and I keep going back to this question. Why are we doing this to our town? I know that we have this veil called COA. I attended the hearing yesterday. I found it extremely interesting. But before that, this is an email from our mayor to Fred, John D'Amato, and Ray Yasny of September 12th, 2013. It says, remember, we need to memorialize our terms of the deal before this gets too far along. We hold all the cards. Our deal must be put in place before the go for zoning. If we can't settle our terms, then capital letters, no zoning. What is the deal?
The affordable housing.
No. What's the deal with Tilcon?
There is no deal currently on the table with Tilcon.
Well, what were you referring to in this email?
We said on the record for 4 years to enable affordable housing. You heard Fred. You were at the court hearing yesterday.
Give me the details of what the deal was with Tilcon regarding the affordable housing.
Well, the whole deal relates to affordable housing.
In what sense?
Tilcon doing the site work that apparently has been unable to have been done since 2008 to enable the construction of affordable housing. As a result of the recent court process and the fair share housing saying that we should be building in excess of 500 more units, we went to the Superior Court judge and said, look, we could put a shovel in the ground, try to get affordable housing built by having Tilcon do the site work, which the ordinance says. Because the great concern would be that the owner, which is now Tilcon, could, if we didn't have substantive certification, could easily go to the court and say to Fair Share Housing, we can build 500 units of affordable housing.
Okay.
So I guess there's the concern of mere becoming 2,500 condos versus the court order plan, which definitely controls our own destiny and our own future, limiting that kind of housing.
Okay, so now we know that Tilcon owns all the land, and they have the opportunity, which to me is a win-win for a mining company, to go into our affordable housing to mine it. They can make a lot of money on that property. It's valuable granite. So What does that have to do with our housing? It's there, it is court-ordered, it's been court-ordered. Meir had the ability to build long ago, and then Horton had the ability. Now we have someone who can site-ready the land, which I imagine is their plan, to do what with? It was never discussed that it would be given to Bloomingdale in exchange for the zoning? Was it?
No.
Went to court?
No, I'm saying at court. She said at court.
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
No, the concept has been discussed. You were saying at court.
Right.
Not in
But right
court,
now-
no. I'm talking about email to email, conversation to conversation.
The only obligation here is, our courts have said that you have to provide a realistic probability that affordable housing can be developed. And I'm of the opinion that based on the history of Bloomingdale and the affordable housing obligation and the builder's remedy lawsuit and the decision, that Meir track is critical for the overall preservation of the rest of the borough.
I don't
from
think you're
affordable
answering
housing.
my question.
No, I'm answering it. I'm telling you that
Were you ever involved
this
in a deal that Tilcon would give Bloomingdale the land when it was site-ready?
there is nothing.
That's a yes or no.
There is no deal for an exchange of anything more than an incentive for this developer to go in and prepare the site for development. And what the law says and what our courts have said is, and you've sat here and said, well, it doesn't matter if it could be built. And that's where you're coming from.
Yeah, I
with this.
disagree with you. I don't think it does. I think the judge ordered it.
Right, it doesn't
and it will
matter.
be built.
Right, it doesn't matter. And when that happens, if we don't do something about this, what's going to happen is a property owner, such as Tilcon or whoever it might be, that property is going to come back and say, you know what, I'm going to find a way to financially afford to construct these 72 units, and I need additional zoning, throughout the rest of my track, and there'll be yet another action. And what the courts have said is municipalities should provide incentives to developers for the construction of affordable housing. Whenever affordable housing units are proposed, a municipality shall provide through its zoning powers that include incentives to the developer, which should include increased densities, reduced costs, and other type of regulations. Here, what we're saying is the borough wants the biggest issue with this property is the site preparation. We want the site
I don't
prepared.
agree with that, that this applies in any way to this land. Judge Humphreys, I believe, said you will build 360 units on that land. 72 of them will be affordable housing. He made the decision. I don't think we need any further incentive. I guess we'll have to agree to disagree on that one. Could you please, you used words when we were describing the hearing yesterday, such as plan, without defining it. It will be developed. The Meir track will be developed. And it was my understanding that the way we're going to get 457 additional units is in 100 to 150 years. After they mine it, the rehab process will give us those units.
No.
Can you explain it then to me?
No, and I clarified that for the record. There's no obligation in this decision by the court. I think what happened was Mr. Nelson, who was the planner, said that, and I corrected the record and I corrected him, that there's no obligation for any additional development on that track. To what you just said. I went back and corrected that on the record before the judge, and Mr. Nelson agreed.
Okay, so how does this plan give us any more affordable housing than we already have? We have 72 units.
You don't have 72 units because, what's going to happen is, if it just stays dormant, you're going to lose that right to count those units. And it's just, you just can't say, if something can't be built.
But Tilcon can mine it and sell it and build. As we're sitting here, that's going to happen. They have prime mining land. It will be mined and it will be sold. And that's been the plan I've understood all along. Anyway, can I ask you if you wrote this ordinance, Mr. Semero?
Yes.
You wrote it?
Yes, I did, yeah.
Did you have input from K&L Gates, the attorneys who previously offered an ordinance, Tilcon's attorneys?
Well, from that standpoint, there was in 2013, a draft ordinance circulated, but and that I believe may have been drafted by them in that proposed order to the court. But this is much different than what they had drafted from that standpoint.
Attending the planning board meeting, I think you all should have been there because part of the conversation was an embarrassment. To have one member ask another member of the committee why they wanted to make the hours more liberal, and the answer being because Tilcon asked. I more and more believe that our appointed and elected officials are here for Tilcon and aren't listening to us. Another member stated, you know, they're one of our big industries. We have to help make them more competitive. Tilcon doesn't need any more competition. They just need that land. That's only my opinion on what I observed at the planning board. It says in your ordinance, whereas the borough seeks to comply with the court order. What court order would change? It makes this ordinance necessary?
Right above the whereas, it mentions the Superior Court order of D.R. Horton versus the Borough of Bloomingdale, and that's the affordable housing litigation in the D.R. Horton matter.
So you are of the opinion that unless we quarry this land, that property, the 32 acres, will never be inclusionary development for Arcoa?
Well, I don't know if it's necessarily quarrying that land. It's getting it prepared for development.
Not that land, the rest of it, the 140.
Well,
unless we do this overlay, they cannot develop.
Based on the fact that the borough engineer has indicated that this site is not suitable for any development without the assistance of this type of site preparation, yes.
I don't think we're speaking the same language sometimes. Anyway, it says here that the federal hill has existed quarrying since the early 1900s. Yet in an email you sent to a resident, it started in 1956. Is that right?
It was the Pink Granite Company, I think in the late 1800s, actually, early 1900s.
Oh, well, I read that email that it said they began quarrying that land in 1956.
In the early 1900s, in the 50s, it was, I think when Gallo family took it.
Before 1956, so it's been since the early 1900s. Well, I think what Mr. Kushner said, I totally agree with. I think that giving us one shot at this, especially with the amendments, is certainly not reasonable. I think changing it to 300 feet was a little bone thrown to us who thought that it should be 1,000 feet. I think reasonable screening is a ridiculous word that means absolutely nothing at all. But I think the part that really bothers me is number 3 under I. The access to the property shall be permitted from adjoining property so long as the contiguous owner consents to such access and which is approved by the planning board in the form of site plan approval. What I see happening is Union Ave and Van Dam Ave, people will not be able to sell their house. That you can have any number of studies that say yes, yet I'm sure there's not one of you who haven't been approached or at least heard of a realtor who said, I can't even show people things in your town, and yet your study says it has no effect. But now what's going to happen is Tilcon's going to come along and say, I'll buy your house as long as I can have access to that land. So why wouldn't you sell to Tilcon? So we'll have access. I don't know why that number 3 is there. I think it's ridiculous. I think the hours are ludicrous, and I think we're in for nothing but a lot of trouble. The escrow shouldn't be $5,000 a year, it should be $5,000 a quarter, and it should be much more closely monitored than we have been thinking of. We already have problems. If you go on the Save Federal Hill website, there's a wonderful statement by a resident of Pompton Lakes who talks about what goes on there and how horrific it is to live with. I am reminded of moving here 53 years ago, and even though I don't think it was as serious an issue, Mr. Cisco wanted to sell Cold Spring Lake to us. He really wanted the town to have this beautiful piece of property with the lakes, and he offered it to us for $200,000. By one vote on the council, it was denied. And the reasoning of the council was because we need more industry. We need to sell it to some taxpayer. Well, you and I know that Salvation Army bought it. We don't own it. It's not something wonderful for us. It's great for Salvation Army, but we get no tax on it at all. By your vote tonight, if you approve this, what you are saying is Bloomingdale will definitely be known as an undesirable place to live and invest money. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, please.
Renee Margada. We've had some experts speak out tonight with some very impressive credentials, and I'd like to know, and these people have all been impartial, I'd like to know, are you going to seriously consider what they've said this evening? Anyone?
Well,
The Highlands, Pequannock River, the BEC. Is this going to be considered?
for the council.
Thank
It's on council.
No, I guess.
I don't know, I'll defer to councils. Anyone, I mean,
I will. I have. I mean, I think it's the same stuff we've been hearing the last year. It's the same concerns they're bringing up, and I've listened to last year, so.
Well, thank you.
It's the same stuff that we've been hearing from years. It's not, nothing new.
I don't think it's nothing new. I think they bring up some very valid points that we're not listening to. And that's the discouraging point. We have a room full of people that have been saying the same thing, and we're talking about the environmental factors that are at stake here, and not one of you want to hear this because you keep thinking you're going to put money in your pockets. That's the damaging information that we're getting here. You don't care what your residents have to say.
Exactly.
And that's an embarrassment to this community.
Exactly.
Because you couldn't answer my question except for Mr. Sotomayor. Thank you.
As Ray and Mike said, we've been hearing this for a long time. I've heard Mr. Kushner. I've read stuff that he sent in. The guy from the Highlands has been here more than once, right? Been here. There's other people that spoke, Linda. I understand that. And we have about, what, 40 people here, right? 50. 50 people here. But I walked throughout the town. I talked to other people. I'm involved in the town. And there's other people that are in favor of this. So do I not? I have, you got the floor. I didn't say a word when you people spoke.
Seriously.
Okay? I'm sitting here, and I've talked to people. They're not here because they're in favor of it. And usually when things are going right, people don't show up either. They don't have a concern, or they're in favor of something, okay? Which is true with a lot of things. But I've listened to other people talk. Some people stopped me and said, you're crazy if you don't do this. And then there was a lady, I think it might have been you. You were here a couple... I'm not really sure if it was you, but somebody came up and said, you're not hearing me. I'm listening to you. But I have to listen to other people, too. You came in and said you represent 100 people. We represent a whole town. This isn't just 100 people.
Can you please...
This is my opinion, okay? This is my opinion.
Excuse me. Do not shout from the audience, or I'll ask you to leave the room. You have the microphone. We're in public comment.
I'm just giving you
Nobody interrupted anyone in the public from speaking. So have the same courtesy.
You know, we were asked a question. I'm answering
Talking to
young
everybody.
lady's question. It's my opinion, okay? You don't have to like it. I don't have to like your opinion. But we might agree to disagree. That's one of your sayings, okay? But this is just my opinion, okay?
if you wish to speak, as someone who hasn't spoken yet, and also you can get a second turn, no problem. But you could be next.
Frank O'Reilly, 21 Pearl Street. I'd like to talk about the seventh whereas on the first page of the ordinance, where it says, in order to achieve this goal, the borough seeks to provide an incentive to adjacent, adjoining, or the existing property owner of the affordable housing site. So my question to you is, was this written actually for the bicoastal property? In other words, my understanding was that what Tilcon would like to do, what Tilcon would like to do is put a road in if this thing comes to fruition, to put a road into Burger King on Union Avenue.
Right.
So, bicoastal is Green Acres, is it not?
Yes.
Okay, so if they were to put a road in, they would have to get the agreement of the DEP?
Green Acres, sure.
Okay. So,
Whatever the process.
so somebody would have to negotiate so how many acres is bicoastal?
60.
Okay, so would you expect to get 60 acres or more than 60 acres in compensation for bicoastal if this were to go through? In other words, it does not have to be a 1-to-1 replacement.
No, it's a 4-to-1, I believe.
Well, it's not wetlands, right? So
Some of it is.
Some of it is?
As is most of near beyond Phase 3, sure.
Okay, so it's at least 4-to-1. So that's 240 acres for the 60 acres of bicoastal?
Correct.
And they would not be able to mine bicoastal, they would just be able to put a road in. Is that true?
I don't know. There was. I first want to go back to your whereas, because it doesn't relate to what you're, first considering the expansion of such private, as long as in conjunction with achieving the goals for housing. In order to achieve this goal, the borough seeks to provide an incentive to adjacent, adjoining, or existing property owners of the affordable housing site if they were to provide site preservation. Now, what that's saying is, Finbar owns the site. We're giving incentive to adjoining or existing property of the affordable housing site if they're to provide site preparation in order to achieve realistic opportunity. That statement is all about giving the incentive for Tilcon, the adjoining property owner, to mine the 32 acres. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, exactly.
But you raise an interesting point. Everyone's concerns, rightly so, are setbacks and proximity to homes, and Ross Kushner raised earlier about the phases not being identified. Well, the phases are quantified in Paul Domofsky's flood study, and the 70-year line was 15 acres, so we can put some quantity on that, and 90-year line was 13 acres, and the 110-year line was, before that 110 line, was 17 acres, of which most of the land in the 90 and 110 are in the 300-foot transitional wetlands area. Mm-hmm. Everything beyond the 110 is all in the 300-foot, 300-foot transitional. A big part, most of it is acres and acres and acres. The most the DEP is going to let someone take off the maps is an acre of wetlands. Like Tilcon has done that on their current site. They've removed a half an acre of wetlands, and I'm sure they got to replace it somewhere else. But the volume of wetlands beyond the 110 line is voluminous, where I cannot imagine them getting DEP permission to ever go past the 110 line in quarrying. Then one may ask, well, if that's the case, then why give the quarry zone on that parcel? We'll also ask, why give 150 or 300 now foot buffer if they can't do anything past the 110-year line? All valid questions. But just like it is today, the entire site's affordable housing. It always has been. Only 32 acres are going to be built per the court order, but the zoning remains 100% affordable housing. Now, there's a conservation easement, which was a condition of approval if D.R. Horton was to build, and that was not executed, and there is not a valid, as we speak today, executed conservation easement on that land. There isn't. You can't disagree with that. That's a fact. There is not. It is not an executed conservation easement. So there's no restrictions on that property. So the zone remains all affordable housing. Now, there has been discussion, I mentioned it on blogs and forums, about bicoastal. Not giving them more quarrying, but considering, because they do want access, which they may get from the Elks camp, nothing to do with us. There's documentation back 5 years, them negotiating with the Elks and Wanacue on that road, with or without any expansion from us. But the thought was, being the concern is such about the buffers and the concern to Van Dam and Union, all the homes, if we could give up, if we were to give up, for example, let's say 5 acres, 10 acres of bicoastal for access, we could preserve most, if not all, of the 140 acres. Again, that's another day, and if that was to proceed, I would hope there'd be support for that. But that's not what that whereas is about.
Okay, so if you were to give up 10 acres or 5 acres, right, would Tilcon then transition and say, you give up 10 acres and we're going to give you back 50 or 100 acres?
That would be the goal, is to, if let's use 10 acres. 10 acres of bicoastal to become an access point would give you 40 acres preserved on Mere, which would give you a 700, 800 foot, 900 foot buffer.
Okay, thank you. That was my question. Have you approached the DEP about that, or that's too early for that if this comes to fruition?
We have not. It was
Okay.
just,
My other question is, somebody raised a point about this also could pertain to other properties that are adjacent to Van Dam. And I guess the concern was about truck traffic. Is there a current ordinance regulating the size of trucks on Van Dam?
well, on Van Dam, there is a weight limit on, I don't know off the top of my head what it is. Yeah, well, first of all, there will be absolutely, unequivocally, zero access to this quarry from Bloomingdale. I mean,
So even if Tilcon were to purchase a property, they still wouldn't have access
no,
to Van Dam?
they would need a site plan approval and approval from the borough. But this ordinance, I mean,
You need a site plan approval.
right, the site plan approval, but this ordinance does not permit any access from the property at all.
Okay. All right, just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
And also, the 24-hour issue doesn't even kick in until they had access other than Pompton Lakes, because they can't run 24 hours by exiting into Pompton Lakes residential area. Yes.
Hi, my name is Clara Stancevich. I live in 59 Highland Road in Bloomingdale. I want to ask about referendum. You said that, 100 people which are in favor of the quarry. So let's find out how much people are in favor and how much people are not. Why? My question is why we can't have a referendum, because this is a big issue for this town. I know the last time on the council meeting, that was the question here, and you answer, yes, you can have 1,500 signs, and then you can have a referendum. And then someone stopped that.
That wasn't for me, because I made it clear I do not support a referendum.
Okay.
But it was someone was talking about getting signatures. Mrs. Weinbach asked, what if we got signatures?
Signatures.
And I don't know where that went.
My question is, let's find out how much people in this town is in favor and how much is not. Why we can have a referendum? That's my question.
Yeah, I will put it to the council.
Yes,
Well, since
please.
she's addressing, I believe, my point, which is that at the time I was not in favor of a referendum, but if she could pass around a petition that indicated that there was sufficient interest in
That was a comment made at that time.
Right.
So how
that I
much-
might change my mind. But I have been given no such petition, no such indication that
So how much signatures you need?
You don't?
Just tell us.
There's no number. Again, I'll let the council speak.
well, it's been, what, 4 weeks, 6 weeks?
No number.
Okay, so if we bring
There's no number. The
500
council
signatures, right? Yes.
Okay, and that represents what, 0.05%?
Excuse
A
me.
lot of people aren't here because they are
Excuse me.
crazy.
Wait.
They just feel hopeless.
Excuse me.
And they just give up. That's why are here just these people, So let's find out how much people want quarry and how much don't want. This is very simple.
You've asked the question more than once.
Yes.
And the council, again,
Okay.
I would only vote if there was a tie, and I'm telling you, I would vote no for a referendum. I made that clear months and months ago.
You will vote no for referendum or?
Correct.
And
I made,
why?
I've already stated that.
listen-
As I stated before we opened public comment, we've been talking about this for many years, have had similar discussions with the same people, so I mean no disrespect, but I stated on the record why, and kind of got lambasted by Mr. Kushner in one of his notorious emails about, well, so anyway, I'm just stating my position. So I will ask the council if you wish to answer the question, and
Well, let me just make
I
it
think
very simple.
we've been through this
Mayor.
already. Don't waste your
I
time.
just want to note, I don't know if it was two years ago, when you ran for mayor, there were signs all of the town. I'm not sure if I say this good in English, but whatever, you know what I mean. And you told the people, then you will do nothing that what people were uncomfortable with. And you're doing exactly that. People are uncomfortable.
I
and
ran
they-
for mayor and said I would do nothing that makes you uncomfortable.
People in this town.
don't recall
yes,
that
there was
brochure.
something like that. I can find a sign, there was something like that. I think because of the quarry issue. And right now people are very uncomfortable. Here is just, top of the iceberg. So let's find
It's
out.
been 4 years we've been having this discussion, and it is, with great respect, the same people who've been coming all 4 years, not much less than that. But anyway, okay, you've asked the question.
Yes.
I think
No,
I think we asked it previously, and the answer was no.
Can I just say?
So I don't know.
From everything that our attorney is advising us, and from everything that the state law is mandating, and we all took the oath to uphold the state law, we have to provide affordable housing. We can't just give a plan affordable housing. This is to achieve affordable housing. Asking us to put something on referendum, it's like asking us to put on referendum if it's okay to pay taxes, right?
No.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
the law.
this is
It's
not
the
the
law.
same
We have to
thing.
do this.
This is
You're
not the same
asking us
thing.
for something to break the law, essentially. There's a court order in place now. There's
But
a
this is
court
not court
order
order
that
for
we have to do
quarry.
this.
This is court order for affordable housing. This is two
Stop
different
speaking
things.
from the audience.
So to me, this isn't even a topic for debate.
You know what?
It's the state
So,
law.
okay, wait, so
Our
that-
attorney is
okay.
recommending.
So wait. The question was, why don't we do a referendum? So based on your statement, you would not support doing a referendum, which we've
Right,
been
because
there
it's
already.
against the law.
Rich,
Against the law, referendum.
forget your opinion.
That's my opinion.
You, correct. Rich?
No.
No. John?
No.
Why?
Hey, you asked if the council would consider a referendum.
This is American democracy.
This is correct, and we're answering your question. This is deja vu all over again, because we did
is
this
for us.
2 months ago.
Welcome to American democracy.
Mike, would you support a referendum?
I am for a non-binding referendum.
Mike supports a referendum. Dawn?
No.
Tony?
I am for a non-binding referendum.
We have talked.
So if it was to be up for a vote, and there was a motion, it would fail 4-2 by the council. I'm just telling you.
So you just don't care what people in this town want.
That's not true.
If you care, just let's find out what people want. You should work for the people in this town. You know that? I feel like you forgot about that.
You made yourself clear numerous times. I understand where you're coming from.
You understand what?
Everything you're saying. I'm listening. I hear you. We don't agree.
I don't feel that you hear me.
All I can tell you is I hear you, but I'm also honestly telling you I don't agree with you. I'm entitled to that, as you're entitled
What's
to your
wrong?
opinion.
I don't understand what's
I
wrong.
What's
mean, no
wrong is we're not
disrespect, John.
agreeing.
Unless we tell you everything you want to hear,
Right.
you're going to stand there and argue with us
Right.
all night.
Right.
Just like the last lady. She stood up, she asked the question, and she didn't even wait to hear why we feel the way we feel. Okay? Who the hell wants a quarry? Nobody wants a quarry, but when there is a state law that says you have to provide affordable housing, and this is the only way it's going to make it reasonable, we have an obligation to
You already have a quarry.
uphold the state law.
We already
And
have.
we already have a quarry for the next 60 to 70 years. For the
Yes.
rest of my natural life, there will be a quarry there, regardless of how I... Well,
Yes, but
Okay.
big quarry will bring more dust,
Your que-
more shaking,
Okay.
more blasting.
I disagree.
What are you doing for protect people in this town from quarry?
It's all about affordable housing.
As you know, a quarry already exists.
Yes,
We-
but
and
big
we have-
quarry will bring more
You
problems.
never let anyone answer your question.
Sorry, yes, I'm quiet right now. Okay. Yes, I'm listening to you.
We have a quarry in town already. I stated to you at the last meeting that I feel true. If the conditions that exist, the rumblings we feel and all the quarry conditions we feel are going to be there with or without an expansion, okay? They're going to be there with or without an expansion. That's a fact. So I don't appreciate the disrespectful Mr. Shortman chuckling from the audience, because nobody did that when you spoke. Very disrespectful, both of you. No, Mrs. Mahar, you can have your turn when you come up to the microphone. But do not be
I
disrespectful.
apologize, John. I'm trying so hard not to laugh.
Then maybe you should exit the room, and then you won't hear it, and you will definitely not laugh.
Let me know when you're going to speak.
John,
So again, we've had this discussion, you and I, here, that a quarry exists today. Whether we expand or not, the conditions are going to remain for many, many more years. And I admitted to you, if it's expanded, the conditions will worsen. They will just expand with it. They will last longer. Instead of potentially 60 years, the conditions may last 70, 80, 90 years. So right, that's a fact. But the exposure already exists. It's already a quarry. And everyone's dismissing the affordable housing part of it. It's like, someone had said a few meetings ago or months ago, you're the only mayor who cares about affordable housing. Well, then why are in excess of 450 communities in front of Superior Court judges now trying to get a certified plan? We have just got a reduction in 500 affordable housing units, okay, and got the fair share housing, the only objector in New Jersey, to agree with our plan. If we were to do nothing, this is what could happen. You could see a developer come in, be it Tilcon with the joint venture, who already owns 180 acres on Meir, and go to the court because we would not be protected under affordable housing law, and try to build those 500 units that Fair Share Housing stated we should, which would be 2,500 market value units. So I guess it comes down to Meir could become an expanded quarry, or Meir could become 2,500 units to achieve the 500 Fair Share Housing. It's very, very difficult.
Okay, I have just last sentence, last note to that. You just don't want referendum because you know people will tell no for quarry expansion. That's it. You don't listen people.
It's not true. Thank you for your comments. Anyone else, please?
To say something about what you
Hi,
said.
I'm George Brewster, 235 Union Avenue. This is my first visit here, and 27 years ago when I built my chiropractic office on Union Avenue, when I wanted to have a variance for my property, I had to notify the people in the certified mailing at the beginning of the process. I'm, just living on Union Avenue. I've known there's a quarry there for years. I know that there's been conversation, but in terms of how things were going to proceed and how, you're saying that these people are speaking at the end that's been going on for 4 years, but as a property owner, the certified letter puts me on notice that things are being done. And, it's actually a notice that's saying, oh, by the way, we've decided what's going to happen, and this is just your notice to be aware that there are changes coming, and we're not really part of the discussion. We're just being informed that it's, things are changing. From the conversations that I've heard tonight, it sounds like there are really a lot of issues. The one gentleman, I think his name was Fred, who was talking about the map that showed where the quarry was that was on page 4 of that mailing. I couldn't make heads or tails of it. I was trying to figure out exactly where the quarry was and where Union Avenue was, and it really wasn't marked on that map, so it really wasn't clear to me as a taxpayer and resident of the town. When you were talking about the Muir track, from the conversation of what I'm hearing this evening, is it sounds like Tilcon's responsibility is to come in and to do the site work so that will be available for development. But it also sounds like Tilcon is going to retain the right to that property, and if and when it ever gets developed, who knows? It doesn't sound like there's any type of, you've come to any kind of decision on as to whether they might come in and clear the site, And 100 years from now, they might not have done any construction, because it doesn't sound like is there a timeline for any type of construction?
Well, as the attorney stated, the incentives, the overlay, the right to quarry does not kick in until they enable the affordable housing.
Right.
Okay, but according to some of the documents, I looked on the thing, and they were talking about that they might actually not quarry past what they presently own for maybe another 60 years. Is that correct?
Correct. That was correct.
So they might actually do some site work, but never develop these properties for another 60 or 80 years because they don't need the property yet. Is that correct?
Yeah. It would all be part of a site plan process. Yeah, but technically that would be correct.
Okay, so in 10 years, if all of a sudden the affordable housing comes to Bloomingdale and says, you guys aren't fulfilling your obligation, you've given them all the permissions, you don't have any control of that property. I mean, if they want to be doing some type of quarrying and you want to be fulfilling the affordable housing, I think that they should at least be maybe deeding you over the mere tract so that you actually then have the ability to make sure that affordable housing is built. It doesn't sound like you're going to have any control whatsoever.
Well, you know, I think you raise a very good question and a point, and I think the most a municipality really has to do is make a very good effort to make that opportunity for affordable housing. You know, it becomes very difficult to compel, you know, a developer to go forward. But what we've tried to do here is show the court that we're trying to make it a very realistic probability. But you know, I don't think anybody that has spoken thus far tonight would be upset if, in fact, they didn't, you know, make the site suitable for development, because then they wouldn't be able to utilize the quarry zone. They wouldn't be able to quarry their property. It would all lay dormant, you know, if they didn't do that. So, you know, from the standpoint of you're correct. It could lay dormant, but from the responsibility of the borough doing the very best it could to make it a reasonable probability, I think this ordinance achieves that, and then it puts it to rest as far as whether or not that site would ever create a problem and open up the doors for an affordable housing lawsuit like we faced in the past.
You know, the fact that you're selling or you're making this a permitted use, if you were to sell, giving this to Toll Brothers, a builder, you know, then there's a very good probability that you're going to have these houses built in some sort of reasonable time, you know. But the idea that you're giving this is giving it to a quarry, they're figuring out that it's 60, 100 years out or whatever, you know. I mean, but it's you know, I mean, I don't think that you can make an argument that you guys aren't acting in good faith to fulfill that obligation because you're not giving it to somebody who's going to develop the property. They have no incentive to.
No, I think I understand your question and your point, but recognizing that over the past 10 years, from what I gleaned, that the former property owners couldn't find that Toll Brothers to come in because of the condition of the site. So to your point, I mean, I really understand you know, where you're coming from with this, but on the other end, the only obligation we can do is to make that possibility exist. So we can't. There wasn't a Toll Brothers out there. That's how bad the site was as far as being suitable for development.
I almost wonder whether the reason that it wasn't developed was a lot of because of the economic property values. You know, I mean, I look at, you know, Knoll Road and I say, well, that was once a barren hill, you know, and somebody came in and developed it, you know, and if the economics were right, I mean, there were a lot of challenges for putting in sewer and stuff of that nature, but it's just primarily because of the economics that it wasn't.
That's part of it too, but it's a combination of both. The economy at the time of the court order went where it went, right, and the site work was cost prohibitive. I think Councilman made a question.
Yeah, I just wanted to, the phrase was used, give them the property. We don't own the property. We have never owned the property. It has always been private property that it now is currently owned by Finbar, Tilcon, whoever, you know, whatever the legal holder is. So it's not our choice on who owns the property and who can be developed on. No, I just wanted to make that distinction. It's not like that property is in trust to us and we give it to them. It's private property that they're we're trying to incentivize, if that's
I
really the word.
read through the certified mail that was sent to me, and actually until I came here this evening, I was really under the impression that the Muir track was going to be developed and that you would have, and that there was going to be construction of affordable housing, it's 360 units, and then as I'm listening tonight, I have a feeling that this 360 units probably won't be built in my lifetime or anyone's lifetime in this room, and because that property is being handed over to a quarry who has no incentive to.
Well, I guess the incentive would be, couldn't a governing body repeal such an ordinance? Good. Yeah, but on the other hand, it really does stand, if someone else were to come on that property and try to change the zoning or try to challenge and say, let's say Tilcon sold it to someone else and this zone existed, but they didn't have the capability to make the site suitable. So they wanted to build, whether it be industry or more residential homes. Our position would be that we've met our affordable housing compliance. We've given that opportunity. We don't have to rezone the property. We don't have to accommodate any other type of request. Tilcon, or whoever it is, rested on their rights, and we've done all we could to make it a realistic probability for development. It's an important standard that we have to meet compared to where we were, say 10 years ago. If the door ever were to open up and a court were to find that we didn't have, or we didn't create a reasonable probability, the decision that was rendered in the builder's remedy case, from what I gather, it went on for quite a long time. And in the court's decision, Judge Humphreys, just to give you an idea as to some of the things that were said, I mean, he was very critical in the fact that the borough had permitted various open space acquisitions, stayed away from any affordable housing, and he said Bloomingdale has not, this is in 2007, Bloomingdale has not had any affordable housing constructed since the first Mount Laurel decision over 30 years ago. And then 4 of the 5 original affordable housing sites have been lost, apparently without the borough voicing any objections. The borough didn't keep COA advised. Went on, where the judge said, the COA's denial of substantive certification, which we just received now, all demonstrates unequivocally Bloomingdale's long history of hostility to fulfilling its constitutional and statutory responsibilities for providing affordable housing. And the judge goes on to say that the Muir track is the only option effectively left in the borough for affordable housing. I think that ties into what's happening here. We're saying, we don't want someone to open the door and say, well, you've had a whole history, you haven't complied, so you know what? Anything goes. If a tract of land could be redeveloped, or if this site could be developed more intensely, we'd all be subjected to a court order down the road. So what we're saying is, okay, if we have to show there's this reasonable probability, we're going to do this. And you know what? To your point, I think, if it doesn't happen, I don't think anybody who complained tonight would be upset, because at least then we have that insurance policy. Yesterday, based on the fact that, the governing body was considering, this type of action, the court said you have substantive certification for the next 10 years. So it's pretty good from that standpoint, and to Mr. Yazdi's point, it's a statutory, it's the law, and we're trying to comply with it so that, there may be people in this room tonight upset, but, it's at least a decision within the control of this governing body, and we're not dealing with this type of opinion coming out of left field saying, now you're going to do what a court says and what a developer says, and it's going to be to every extent that's available in the borough, whether it makes sense or not. So.
Now, if you say that they haven't built any units in the last 30 years, and from the information that we're getting about the quarry, and they're just getting this resolution so that they have it in their pocket for 60 years down the road when they exhaust their current amount of rock. In 10 years, if they haven't done anything on this site, and the court comes back and says, gee, you haven't really done anything to fulfill your obligation, are you going to be responsible or Tilcon?
Well, I think the borough is protected because we did what we promised the court we would do and try to make these opportunities. And the borough then would have an option whether it wanted to rezone the property or just leave it dormant, saying we've done all we can do.
Okay. One of the, that was one question that I had, because as I'm listening, I really don't feel that your affordable housing is going to be addressed by this resolution, because I don't think they're going to be doing anything with that property for a long time. But as a homeowner, one of the things I'm concerned about is that if they're doing a lot of quarrying and they start to, around quarries, houses get hit with fly rock. There's a lot of dust and everything that is produced. There are people who will claim that their property foundations have been cracked and, as a result of blasting. And I believe that, it should be that the quarry should provide residents that want to have a structural engineer come out and document the condition of their foundation, that opportunity, and that as residents we shouldn't be responsible for that. That because we're going to be allowing quarrying activity, we should be allowed to have our property, examined by an engineer, so that
like a benchmark before and.
Just so that we can, because, somebody might say, oh, you have cracks in your foundation because your property has settled. And, and if before the quarrying activity picks up, if we had a structural engineer come out and document, okay, there's some cracks that are present, and to take photographs of your foundations, so that as a homeowner, you can actually be protected and in the event that there is structural damage that occurs down the road from the blasting, I think that would be reasonable.
They asked for that in Riverdale, and
It's shut down.
Well, we can explore it, but we can also explore it by amending the M1Q. Right. This is an overlay zone here. We have the M1Q, which is the zone for the existing quarry, which this ordinance references. So when someone earlier stated this is not strong enough, whatever this doesn't address is addressed in the M1Q. And the M1Q will be modified to align the hours as the overlay, which are more restrictive, actually, as far as when they can start and do, giving the 24-hour for ancillary operation. And that would be the time, if we considered starting that process, between now and the fall, to look at the structural.
I mean, if the governing body wants, we could look at that. Yeah. If that would be the consensus.
Yeah, I think we should look at that. Mm-hmm. We would. Any draft we're going to make to the M1Q needs to go to the planning board anyway. So.
Right.
And the one thing that I was, like as a property owner, if I did have structural damage that happened at my house, if I'm going to, Tilcon's a multi-billion-dollar company, okay? I don't have the resources to fight a company like that. But, is there any type of protection for, as the town, are there any protections for the citizens when things are damaged that they have a voice and that they have a legal recourse for protection?
I think the benchmark is a real significant step, because that's the one way to really be able to measure some of the impacts from what I've read. So, whether they would exist or not, it might be something really good to look at. Right.
Now.
Okay. These were just a couple of, and one of the things that I also am curious about is that if you have more quarrying activity, if your community suddenly is covered with rock dust. I remember, when 30 years ago when I first started opened my office in Butler, I used to drive Hamburg Turnpike right by where the 287 overpass came through, and there were several old houses that were called the Ten Commandments. They were basically littered, just covered with dust, and their property value went to nothing. They were acquired by the quarry, and they stood sort of where 287 and that ramp and the entrance to the quarry is. But, like, you can see the property values go down considerably. And, and I just wonder, if, giving the quarry the ability to generate a great income off of the rock and having their industry, if there might be some way to sort of, have an equation or something where homeowners can be compensated if we lose 25% of the value of our home because there's a quarry there. Maybe there can be some way that Tilcon can have a pool of money or something like that that is collected to sort of help compensate the lost value of your home for their right to be doing the quarrying activity.
Again, it's a great point that actually Mr. Kushner raised at the last meeting. Mr. Kushner raised Franklin, Wisconsin did just that with the property value guarantee agreement with the quarry. It was actually a brand new quarry out there. So I called out there. I called the mayor, called the administrator. This agreement did just that. It received an appraisal at the time of zoning, and if people wished, they could sign up, and it would protect their property value if they tried to sell their home and there was a proven value related to the quarry reduction. So it is something that I pulled based on Ross's recommendation. It wouldn't be part of the ordinance, but it's something that Fred and I are reviewing to see the reality of the possibility. Here's the one thing, though. I spoke to the mayor and the business administrator in Wisconsin. It was a 10-year, in this case, it was from 1997 to 2007, so it wasn't a forever open-ended item. And over 600 homes signed up, and they did not have one claim in that 10-year period. I just thought it was interesting. What I thought was more interesting, and I don't know how this would go over, and I don't know, Ross, how in-depth you read the agreement, but it was interesting, the one section that says that consent to rezoning and support the quarry operation in accordance with rezoning. Homeowners hereby waive any rights the homeowner might have to protest, challenge, seek judicial or administrative review, or seek a hearing on, appeal, or litigate the ordinance. So I like the idea, but as you heard from more than one person over you haven't been here the first time, so you still heard it tonight, is that there is going to be a lawsuit. So if I put something in place that protects the property value, there couldn't be challenges by those homeowners legally against the ordinance. So again, it's something, wouldn't that be nice? Again, it's just something you raised, pointing out that Mr. Kushner brought it to our attention at the last meeting, and it is something that I brought to Fred's attention.
It's the concept it was interesting. I realized, I don't know what they do in Wisconsin, but we know in New Jersey, there's no way we're going to be able to have an ordinance that waives anybody's rights. But the concept is one that, it also goes to the suggestion about a baseline and things of that nature that are good mechanisms to monitor and protect.
There's a lot, I don't say a lot yet to come, but this whole ordinance is to get us the substantive certification, to protect the borough on the affordable housing issue, particularly because you have fair share. I said it, I'm repeating myself, objecting that we should build 500 units. We need to amend the M1Q zone. We need to, address the issue. I love the structural benchmark, this property value, all these things, and that we have time to do because, again, the quarry doesn't kick in until Tilcon even considers grading that land and producing affordable housing. So it's not like if this passes tonight, a quarry starting tomorrow. It's not happening. There's a lot more of a process to go to those points of things we're talking about. So again, this is not the end all here, but it was all about giving us the protection which we, by court ruling, now have. Right. Because if we didn't, and Tilcon bought Mir, and we weren't, and there wasn't the discussion about considering zone change, I believe there'd be a hell of a lot more condos being built on the hill than 360. because we wouldn't have a certified plan.
Right.
And that's how a developer would say that they would be able to financially afford to prepare the site for
And
development.
they would want more than 360. Fair Share Housing is saying it should have been 500. 500 affordable, which is a 20% set aside, so that's 2,500 market value. Now, people can shake their heads and say, that'll never happen. Hey, the only reason we're in this position is because it happened. The only reason Avalon Bay was built was because of a court order. The only reason you're having this discussion is because we weren't subsidence certified. Because the borough's history, as Judge Humphreys referenced, hasn't built anything in 30 years. We saved the ball track, saved Higgins Paragala, Highlands on the horse farm, all these things that, didn't make the court happy in 2008 to result in the builder's remedy lawsuit. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
If I could address one more point
Yeah,
on
I
his
want to ask how many more people want to speak, because we've been sitting for 2.5 hours. I have to use the restroom, and I don't want to disrespect anyone and get off the dais. So you said it'll be short. Okay, so we're going to have Dee speak and then take a 10-minute recess. But Rich, I'm sorry, Dee.
Yeah, I wanted to address the resident's point, which is that, and I'm sure some of you will laugh or ridicule me or whatever, but I think we've shown, I know for a fact that I and at least half of this council did not make up their mind 4 years ago or 3 years ago or even a year ago. I hear the laughter, and I know you don't believe it, but from the bottom of my heart, that's true. And up to this point, until the time I vote, as long as you are talking and you make reasonable points, I am listening to them. I won't necessarily agree with them, but I am listening to them. I think we are all listening to them. Now, I'll admit there's probably 1 or 2 people here who made up their mind a while ago because of whatever reasons, but that isn't a majority. This could easily have gone either way up until very recently. So if you feel like you're not being heard, it isn't that you're not being heard, but perhaps your points, after repeatedly hearing them, are no longer evoking a response. So, and for that we apologize, but if you get asked the same question over 4 years, you kind of build up an immunity to it, and for that I can only say I'm sorry, but that it's kind of human nature. So
yes, Steve.
Yes.
Dee Mahar, just the address,
Dee
please.
Mahar from Union Avenue, right down. Just a point that my son is an engineer, and he knows what's going on because he hears his mother complaining about this whole thing, and he sees my tears and the complaining and losing sleep over this whole the quarry. It's an expansion, and I'm looking at our sign up there, an American small town. Not so much of a small, cute little town anymore with the expansion of the quarry. And he made a point, and he said, "Mom, I guarantee you that when Silicon if it's expanded," he said, "what builder, no matter who it is, we don't know who's going to build up there, do we yet? We don't know if it's going to be Tilcon building the affordable housing." He said, "No builder in their right mind is going to build even a house next to a quarry." I mean, if you owned 20 acres, say up in Federal Hill, just behind the, say, the DPW building, would you build a house there? Your dream house, your condo?
There was a court order for 360 units put there, so.
I mean, do you really think that they're going to, would you want to live, my little point is like, would you want to live there next to a quarry? I don't want to live where I live.
They built the Grand,
Would you
I guess
want to
if
live next to
buffers were
a
proper,
quarry?
I'm not a builder.
Never going to happen, And I just wanted to make that point.
That's a great
He
point.
said, you're never going to get a builder to build next to, that's why Mir never built there, because he probably had some, he was still going to be to the existing quarry. And my last little point I want to make, being an animal lover, for all of you, the wildlife that you will be destroying is horrendous. It's not just deer and bear. You're going to find many, many deer and bear killed on the road. They don't know where to go when they start hearing. There's existing noise there now, and that's why we all see deer and bear in our backyards. That's the only reason, otherwise, because there's no other place. But there's a lot of water up there, a lot of watershed up there. I am in touch with the Audubon Society. There must be at least 30 species of birds up there. They will be basically destroyed. And anything that's living in the swamps up there, the wetlands and so forth, will be disturbed also. So if that means just a teeny bit to you, I would vote no for the quarry expansion.
Thank you. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute recess. What we got there, Jane?
Oh.
55. Call it. That clock's got to be, I don't know, 9:54. Okay, anyone wishing to speak, please come on up. Back in session.
Liz Cavara, 1 Jeffrey Drive.
Yes.
I just was curious if you could confirm the town you referenced in Wisconsin that you were referring to.
Franklin, Wisconsin.
I pulled up their ordinance, which was 102 pages long, and
Well, I have Exhibit 15, the property value agreement. Right.
So, regards to their buffer zones, on their website it says that it has a few, I could send it to you, how specific they are on their buffer zones to existing housing.
Mm-hmm.
They have scaled exhibits, and I was just wondering if that could be included in the ordinance before it's passed.
Well, again, the ordinance is being modified for 300-foot buffers. You're saying scaled, how differently?
So their maps are scaled. You could so even though the map that you have on here, it has the lines for phase 1, 2, and 3. There's no scale.
Well, that's not related to setbacks, though. Setbacks in the ordinance would be 300 feet.
Right.
So
right.
from another property line.
Yeah, 2 different things. So there's no scaling on the map that's provided, and their setbacks are further. Just 2 different things, but just.
Well, I believe if 300 foot ends up being the setback, if the overlay is adopted, then new zoning maps would be issued, and that's where it would show such documentation.
And if I can ask what that number was based on, I was here for the planning board meeting. It didn't seem like it was based on very much. It was just a number that was picked and thrown out there. So is there any research that it's based on, the 300-foot buffer, or was it just a number picked out of a hat?
Well, no, originally it was 150 foot, and then we're going by the planning board's recommendation of 300, which is council's prerogative. You know, the irony is we have at M1Q an existing quarry zone for what's there. I don't even know how that references buffers, if that even puts buffers in place. So,
I mean, they're adjacent to a highway, though. So
sorry?
They're adjacent to a highway.
Well, no, they're adjacent to homes in Pompton and homes on Union Avenue and homes on the backside of Riverdale. So, but 300 is our recommendation from, the planning board as far as what it's based on.
Well, I also would say that's consistent with a lot of the DEP regulations when it comes to setbacks on extreme sensitive streams and things like that. There's a 300-foot buffer. I mean,
that's part of the reason why they took it, because of the wetlands have 300 feet on either side of it, and then take a 300 to the back of it actually gets them up to that
a lot more
90-year mark. Anyway,
right. So the councilman's point is, beyond the 110-year phase or line you see on that map, it's largely wetland, and if there's 300-foot buffers from wetlands plus 300 foot from property lines, pretty much nothing in that area will be mined.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And you reference the size of the ordinance. Remember, this is an overlay. We have an M1Q, which is much more comprehensive quarry, that whatever is not addressed in here references that ordinance.
Okay. Thank you.
when you're trying to do it.
John Capazuka, 12 Raftman Road. I'd just like to clarify a few things. I'm here as a private resident, but I'm on the advisory board of ANJAC, which is the Association of New Jersey Environmental Commissions, and also with the Passaic River Coalition. I just have to say that 20 years ago, I was here pleading with Linda Shortman, who was sitting where you guys are sitting, and I'll never forget her telling me that she is reminded by her mistakes every time she drives by them. And Linda was partially responsible for saving parts of Federal Hill, which I worked on for many, many years. I also wanted to say Wilma Fry from the New Jersey Conservation Foundation. I met her 20 years ago as well, and Mayor Duhame was sitting back there tonight, and she appointed me 20 years ago as environmental commissioner. So, and this is my first time here. I just wanted you to know. I think I met you at the Morse Lakes Clubhouse a couple of years ago, but I haven't been here, so I keep on hearing you refer to people being here, the same group. So this is my first time here, and I just wanted to read a letter into the record and submit it to you guys. Dear Mayor and Council, when I was a Bloomingdale Environmental Commission member and chairman for almost a decade, I worked with groups over the years to preserve almost 100 acres of Federal Hill. This was thanks to assistance from people like the late Ella Filippone of the Passaic River Coalition and Ross Kushner from the Pequannock River Coalition, the late Councilwoman Sue Smith, Skylands Clean, and now this fight is being carried on by Linda Huntley and Linda Shortman, Elliot Ruga from the Highlands Coalition, Ellen Gerber of the BEC, and Wilma. I'm actually revolted by and totally opposed to a zoning overlay that would enable Tilcon to destroy part of my precious Federal Hill. I think it's selfish and ignorant to conclude and use as a talking point that the destruction of Federal Hill will take place over a long-term period when we can all see firsthand the destruction in both Bloomingdale and Riverdale in the past 20 years where mountains have been completely removed by Tilcon. The same ignorance led to the destruction of the famous cliffs of Clifton, but that was in the 1980s. But this is 2016, and apparently we didn't get any smarter. There's only one brave councilman that stands against this, and I thank you very much. And I hope you'll be on the right side of history. How absurd is this plan to put housing, especially affordable housing, adjacent to a quarry? What do we call it? Quarry View? Fly Rock Villa? San Andreas Gardens? I call it stupid. And anyone who approves this zoning overlay should be ashamed of themselves. What a horrible injustice you're perpetuating against your own neighbors and your own children and grandchildren. Shame on you. I hope and pray the judge who decides this agrees. Thank you.
Anyone else, please? Let someone go who hasn't gone, and then I'll come back to you. Yes, sir.
Dan Hawkins, 6 Pearl Street. I know that one resident has already kind of opened the door on an issue that I was considering, which is with regard to the COA certification, but I'd also like to explore a little bit the environmental issues here. We heard, I won't call it testimony, but we heard the statements from a member of the Environmental Commission regarding the apparent, through accident or design, the failure of their report to receive due consideration by the Planning Board, and thereby allow the Planning Board to be adequately informed as to the potential impacts of the quarry overlay. And in due course, that filters down here because the Planning Board did not have the ability or the chance to give due consideration, then neither can you, because that information is entirely missing from the record, as far as anybody can determine. I think that there should be some reconsideration, especially in light of the steep slopes. I don't know how much impermeable cover there is now, but I'm sure that when you develop 32 acres, there'll be a lot more impermeable cover. It will greatly exacerbate any potential flooding issues. Soil that's in place now helps to absorb and slow down the rain and modulate its path to to eventual brooks, rivers, and streams, and helps to prevent the potential for catastrophic erosion. And I'm not sure that that's, given the fact that the Environmental Commission's report was apparently passed over, I'm not sure that you have all the facts that are necessary to consider those elements. Moving on, I noted in the ordinance, under 92-61.1 CI, with regard to the development or the preparation of the site. Essentially, such site preparation, which is defined as extraction and grading, must be in accordance with a commitment to develop the affordable housing as to the mere tract, and the corresponding site preparation must be completed in order to qualify for this AH1 overlay zone. Who is making this commitment?
Well, I think that would be the property owner, whoever owns the property or whoever seeks to have the overlay zone. In this case, right now, that would be Finbar, but Finbar is really like a spin-off of Tilcon, the way I understand it. So that would be their obligation on their commitment.
So until Finbar, and let's see if I understand this correctly, until Finbar executes their commitment to grade the site, then the AH1 overlay is not going to take, excuse me, not going to take effect. In other words, they won't get the expansion, the potential expansion that they're seeking.
Yes.
Okay.
The zone doesn't apply then. That overlay will not apply until such time. You're right.
So, and kind of in conjunction, I'm trying to get an idea, what were the numbers that were actually agreed to in the consent agreement in terms of what's the total number of affordable housing units that we've committed, regardless of whether anybody thinks they can be built right now? No, that's just part of the...
That's just mere.
That's just mere.
But you're saying how many units right now are...
Regardless of what's been built or what we think can't be built.
What is in our certification?
What's in our certification?
Plan.
Yeah, what's really in there is the mere track for 72 units.
There's more.
Right, I'm going to read the rest. Avalon Bay, 9 units. The Center for Humanistic Change, 5 units. And Mountaintop, 6 units.
But I understood that the Fair Housing was asking for 500 and how many? 81?
Their original obligation for the third round was 381 units.
381?
Plus the prior round of 168.
Right. So 549.
All right. And what was and how many units did they dispense with? 400 and how much? You said they gave up or released?
Well, they essentially agreed that the units that I just listed to you moments ago, you know, the ones that have been built or, you know, the mere track, those units would be part of the borough's plan, but they essentially conceded that the remaining units at this point would be unlikely to be built given the limitations of the borough.
Wasn't it something like 475?
Yes. The actual reconciling number,
459.
give you the exact number, 457.
457.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 92 units.
Correct.
So if the units in Mere get built, let's just, for the moment, stipulate that, then we have met 100% of our COA obligation?
Yes.
Okay. So the whole reason for the overlay is to facilitate, is basically, to put it more vernacularly, we're going to strong-arm Tilcon into grading the site for some developer at some, basically for free. They'll take the rock out and compensate themselves to some degree in that regard, and then there'll be a prepped site for a developer to come in and put in the 360 units, including the 72 that are for the COA agreement. Pretty much?
Yeah.
Pretty much it?
I I understand what you're saying, but it's not a strong arm.
Wow.
It's what it is the courts have said we have an obligation to provide an incentive, a development incentive, and that's what we've tried to do in the ordinance in order to encourage that probability of construction.
Right. So Tilcon is basically going to give away the site prep because they're getting another 40 or 50 years of mineable rock. Okay, so it's kind of a lost leader for them. Okay, so now let's go on. That was the incentive that the court said, yeah, you could go ahead and do that, and that's kind of without regard to whether or not has been mention of builder's remedy contractor zoning or whatnot. But regardless of that, because the court, that wasn't the issue before the court. Issue before the court was how many units are you going to build and how are you going to make it happen? And they kind of walked around. They didn't consider what mechanism was going to be used. They just wanted to see a plan that could conceivably make it happen. Is that right?
No, the court was aware of this being a possibility, and the special master was aware of the proposal that, we'll say Finbar, was in fact interested in an overlay type zone so that they could make the property suitable for development. And the court was aware of that proposal. The special master endorsed the proposal, not the ordinance, so to speak.
Right.
But the proposal and the concept was endorsed by the special master and the court.
Did Finbar give the impression to the court that they were themselves particularly interested in developing that site for housing? Is that what the court and the special master walked away with?
Yes, making the site suitable for development.
That they would do the development. In other words, you could hire anybody to come in and take enough rock out in order to make the site suitable, but it's expensive, as you've pointed out before, and prohibitively so. So the only person that can really benefit from that is Finbar, because unless they're going to give the land away to somebody, all right, they have to develop it. Otherwise it doesn't make economic sense. Why would they develop a piece of property or do the site work on a piece of property and get no benefit for it? Because if they decide to sell that piece of property, guaranteed, they're going to make sure they recover their money for that site prep. So you're going to be back in the same bucket, which is the property is too expensive to develop because they want too much money for it. Possibly. Moving along. What happens 10 years and 1 day from now? And assuming that Finbar hasn't done a thing. No developers have come forward interested in doing the development. 10 years and 1 day, you know that the fair housing guys are going to be right back, in front of the court saying, these guys haven't done a darn thing. What happens if the court at that time decides that the remedy that you had in place, all right, even though it was acceptable today, isn't acceptable 10 years and 1 day from now? How do we guarantee that these units get built if we're going to go through all the trouble and all the angst and all the uproar of engaging this overlay, and we don't guarantee that the units get built 10 years and 1 day from now, okay, we're all going to be in the hurt locker.
I don't think so. Why would we be in the hurt locker? No quarrying would take place. Everyone who spoke tonight would be glad because there'd be no quarrying.
Because you wouldn't have
No work would have
you
been
wouldn't
done.
have your certification. 10 year and 1 day from now, your certification expires. And now it's got to go all back to the court again for recertification.
Doesn't work that way. You don't start all over again. It'd be a continuum. And our position would be we did all we could do to fulfill that obligation, unlike in the past when the court said we had a dismal history. And my argument would be this is still the best probability for development. And if it hasn't happened, then someone sat on their rights. But Bloomingdale did all we could do. There's a big difference between guaranteeing the development and offering this possibility as a real probable site. And those are the words that are used, a realistic probability and opportunity. We did that. And I think we'd be situated to continue with that certification until someone comes along and says there's a better way. So I think that would be not a bad scenario for the borough. We've set ourselves up here to protect our interests going forward if that happens. And if it turns out the other way where they do start the development, then we do have the affordable housing. So either way, I think that protects the borough going forward. It's not a brand new certification, it's a renewal. And
What is required during the renewal process?
During the renewal process would be the same type of plan. We would need to show the court that there's a realistic probability of development for these units.
Well, let me play devil's advocate here, say, and you know, I'm the special master or whatever, and I say, Counselor, nothing's been built in the last 10 years. How can you claim that you offered a reasonable remedy when nothing's taken place for the last 10 years? No affordable housing has been built, so why shouldn't we seek a different remedy?
Well, I would say I don't know if there really is a different remedy because the site and the ordinance was geared towards the deficiencies in the site preparation. So this is the best alternative at this point in time. I think I'd be satisfied to try to present this again going forward after 10 years' time.
So even though you have de jure compliance, you don't have de facto compliance.
No, you have compliance in the sense, again, we did all we could do. The last 10 years, we really haven't done that, based on the fact that the courts haven't had a handle on this process and nothing's really been done. But in this particular case, this is, you know, as I believe, you know, I think Fair Share applauded what this borough is doing. I have cases now where municipalities have used the Fair Share number and they still can't settle. But this was a unique way to try to address it in a very practical approach from that standpoint. I think you ask a good question, but I really do envision going forward that if this doesn't happen, there's still that level of insurance and protection, because that's what certification is. It protects you. It's a certificate that gives you that protection from an affordable housing suit.
But if Fair Share comes back 10 years from now and they see that you haven't built anything, all right, do you really think that they're going to be that satisfied, or their successors are going to be satisfied with that?
I think they will, because they're already satisfied that we can't build the 450 units they want us to build, because they see the limitations and they see we've done all we can do. You know, we gave them information about the limits of our sanitary sewer, the highlands, and open space, and they were convinced that if we were going to go in this direction and make this effort as opposed to sitting back, that they were going to go along with the plan. And they gave up those 457, they conceded those units. So I think they would take the position that for these 72, the borough's efforts would be part of the next plan.
Yeah, but at 10 years and 1 day, they don't have 72. That's what they're going to be.
Well, I was just going to ask, the line of questioning is 10 years. So are you saying do nothing and be exposed?
No, what I'm saying is that, I mean, I don't believe that your plan accomplishes what you claim. I believe that the protection at best lasts for 10 years. It's not a solution.
Our attorney gave the opinion that in 10 years, one day, we would be fine because the borough did everything to try to achieve this housing. What's the line of questioning? Are you saying, so therefore, because of, in your opinion, an unknown? Well, let me finish.
Okay.
In your opinion, because of the unknown in 10 years, one day, we shouldn't do this today? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is that you should consider a different solution, mainly because it doesn't actually solve the problem. It kicks the can down the road 10 years. Now, I mean, it may be airtight for 10 years, okay? And the courts may be perfectly happy and Fair Share may be perfectly happy. You know, but the day comes around and there aren't 72 units of housing built, all right, somebody is going to get cranky. And they're gonna come back and say, you didn't really make a good faith effort because the stuff didn't get built.
But if we don't have a solution,
find some way to actually get this stuff built.
Well, I think
I'm not an urban planner, so
this
or a
may
town
be one
planner.
way, but you know, to your point, I understand. You know, with the 10 years, you're looking at it from a practical standpoint, but we'll recognize this is the third round of this certification process. And for Bloomingdale, the first two rounds were there's no track record, and this was really a big step. And also, the second round ended back in 1998, and everyone's trying to get that certification for the last 18 years. So I feel as though by being one of the first municipalities to have this substantive certification, it may take everyone else an additional 5, 6, 7 years, which will have the same immunity as they will, and it'll be probably much further along 10 years before we will ever have to face another plan or another round. I mean, I think we're really in early to have that protection from a legal standpoint. Yeah, I understand your question, but I hope it helps to explain. Just to find a set of rules and to get this to the court, it's taken 18 years. And so, you know, we're really in now. We were sort of in the back of the bus, and now I feel as though the borough's in the front to plan it. You know, this is in place now going forward.
All right, I just think that we could be in for an unpleasant surprise unless somebody actually pulls the trigger. I mean, for argument's sake, Tilcon themselves, they could say, well, you know, it's 10 years and one day. Let's go for builder's remedy on this, and we can make a lot more money on this property than we originally thought we
could do that tomorrow.
Well, not with your certification.
No, the only reason we have certification is because of the plan. If we don't have the plan, which has been approved by the court, they could do exactly that, which is what I stated earlier, and say to Fair Share, we could accommodate your 500 units because we're in the quarry business. We could build on Mere, and we would be facing.
Right. What I'm saying is they may decide to sit on it for 10 years just to do that.
Well, or again, if they'd be able to just do that as the owner tomorrow. You know, if we didn't have a certified plan. That's what's important about what we're talking about here. You're saying the unknown. So if we don't get a certified plan today, it's more of an unknown because Tilcon could do a joint venture like D.R. Horton did with Mere and Avalon Bay did with the nursing home owner and go to the court and say, look, they're acting in bad faith, they don't have a plan, and sue for the right to build again in Bloomingdale.
I understand that, but I don't think, you know, you're at the 1 yard line and you don't want to take it over the goal. So it
actually took it over the goal.
Well, in terms of the long term, you know, if 72 fixes us, do something that gets us 72 units built. Then.
First time we're certified in 13 years, the Borough of Bloomingdale. So we've taken it over the goal with the certified plan.
So if this 72 units were to be built 2 years from now, are you for this plan? Are you here saying that you're for this plan?
No, I'm against this plan for other reasons. I'm against it for other. What I'm saying, there's two things. One, I don't think there's been sufficient environmental consideration given to the plan and the impact that it's going to have on the quality of life for people who live in the immediate vicinity of the quarry. But my second point is, I don't think that this plan gets us where we want to be, which is 72 units. That's my objection. It's like, even if you get this plan, you don't get necessarily 72 units. And I would think that you know, if the point is to get COA certification and get the units built, I don't think you've gotten there.
But if say Finbar sells this property to a developer that wants to come in and put, 7 high-rise buildings on that property, we're protected. We don't have to do this. And, I think no matter which way this eventually goes, I think the certification is very significant in all. That's the one consistent determination. And to your point, well, what happens after 10 years? I think even after 10 years, you can extend your time. There's going to be a new set of rules. And, this is really the only track that's really been identified for affordable housing. So there's really nowhere else to go. And if we've done all we can do, then I think we could stand by that even beyond the 10-year cycle. I really do. And I really mean what I read before. If there is a problem, if there was a problem, because now we have that protection, there's the history of the affordable housing compliance and even the plans that were certified in the past. I mean, basically that decision tears it apart and says they weren't real. They really weren't, the right numbers, and the borough did not comply, and they should have been held in compliance. So we really have like a real good, clean bill of health with respect to the affordable housing obligation. And you're going to hear a lot of it over the next few years with towns. And often builders have come in and they're in these actions and they're trying to leverage and get development out of these cases to get settlement. And the only thing we got here was a request to update our report to show our limitations. There was no other, concessions with anyone intervening or trying to say we're going to take another piece of property in town. I own it and I want to convert it from, residential to something, much out of character for the community because I have the right to impose, a high-rise building, in a formerly, single-family residential neighborhood. That's always, out there, and we're protected from that.
And one last item I noticed, and perhaps this is addressed in the quarry zoning. What's the plan for closing the quarry? How's that going to get covered? How those costs are going to get covered? Is there an escrow account to which they're putting in some?
Reclamation is defined in the M1Q, so I don't have the detail off the top of my head, but there's defined. But it does need absolutely to be.
Yeah, if Tilcon goes belly up, one day before they close the quarry, lots of luck.
Well, there's bonds and whatnot posted, but
there are.
Yeah, sure, part of the licensing process. But as far as reclamation, we do need to, deal with that a little more thoroughly than it has been in the past. But speaking to our construction code officer, our zoning officer, saying it's a little premature to do that. Just because we could sit there and say, a mall should go there when it's done, but who knows in 60, 70, 100 years, whatever the time frame is, what is the marketplace?
I'd like to know that at least there's some money somewhere, so that they just don't declare bankruptcy and walk away from their obligation.
Sure.
And I don't know that their bonds are going to cover.
So you're saying like a restoration type bond?
Yeah, restoration. That they got to put up.
Like I said earlier, most of the nuts and bolts of the quarry zoning come from the M1Q, which that's our next subject, is to revisit and strengthen, and we got some great ideas tonight on that subject. So
that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you so much.
Hi, Suzanne Osborne, 26 Maple, Bloomingdale. I understand that, we feel that this is our only realistic opportunity to build these units by doing the quarry overlay. What I'm concerned about is the 10 years isn't a very long time. My daughter's going to be 13 in 10 years. I don't know how old your children will be. Tilcon will go in and prepare the site, and it will be all prepared and ready to go for a development, and no one will develop it, and they'll have brought over all the wrap from Riverdale and Haverstraw, and there'll be piles and piles of wrap on the Mirror Tract, and we're not going to be able to find a builder. And I understand that, we can go in and we're not going to lose our certification, like I said, in 10 years in one day. It's not going to happen realistically, but we don't have a plan B, and we did spend a lot of money hiring consultants to talk about the Otto Group and the Nelson Group, but we really didn't hire a consultant to help us find any other way of building these 72 units. And getting the certification was great because we have a finite number that we need to work on over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And if we're working on those 72 units, then we're showing that we're going somewhere. I mean, I think that as Mr. Hawkins was saying, this quarry overlay is not going to solve the problem. All it may do is give us a 30-acre cleared site and 130 acres of wrap. And it's going to ruin the quality of our life here, and no one is going to want to build on this property, which is, in fact, our only realistic opportunity. All I'm trying to say is I don't know that this is the answer, and I do want to find an answer. Of course, I'm not an urban planner. I'm not a professional in any way, shape, or form, and I think we needed a consultant who could come in and say, okay, well, this you could do. There's a lot of creative ways of getting your affordable housing, and 72 units really isn't that much. And then over the next 20 years, we could definitely put in 72 units piecemeal here and there with granny flats and all different ways. There's a million ways of getting affordable housing, and then we'd actually maybe be doing it, maybe 10 units at a time, 5 units at a time, but we'd be moving toward that.
And I agree with you, but the one thing you're missing is Finbar, the owner of the land, bought the land with a court order on it to build 360 units.
Great.
So that's, they actually represented to the borough that they're now the owner, they want to proceed with building these units on that site. So you're saying just move them somewhere else. You have a landowner who doesn't want to do that.
No, it doesn't. They can proceed,
okay.
But they don't need a quarry overlay to proceed. They can still proceed. Go ahead, proceed. No.
But again, our job is to give an incentive to proceed, and that's what the court order.
Our job is not to give an incentive for them to proceed per se. Our job is to make sure that they get built somewhere in the town.
But the court order is already on that location. So
I understand that.
So the new court order is agreeing that the overlay is an incentive to try to achieve the construction of these units.
I get all that.
Because Silcon's in the business to do the site work. How else is that going to happen?
That's great. Right. And they'll do the site work, and it will be cleared, and they will store all their wrap on the rest of the property, and it will be...
Well, first of all, let's back up. Nothing will ever be done until there's a site plan in front of the planning board from a developer with what they're going to do. The borough is not going to let them clear anything without an approved site plan. So whomever someday builds that site needs to get an approval from the planning board before anything is graded or excavated. So
Right.
You're not going to end up with a hole in the ground without something built. So you made it sound like they were going to put a hole in the ground and put the stone on the other part. That's not going to happen. So they would have to...
So the scenario where they would grade the land and no one buys it and no one develops on it would never happen?
They're not correct.
That would never happen.
Because it needs site plan approval. You would have to... Yes, they can't just start blasting that site without site plan approval. What do you blasting to?
No, they have site plan approval to grade the land. So they're grading the land for...
No, they don't. They have to come to the planning board.
Okay.
And is it a tiered level? Is it this much? Is it that much? They have to get approval.
Okay, so so what you're saying is there is no way that they can level that they can.
And then it sits there forevermore because nobody builds it, no way.
Right.
They can level it, just put a sale sign up.
No way.
Right.
No way.
Right.
No.
That's my question.
They need,
Right.
no way. They need, just like Avalon Bay, come in front of the planning board with a site plan of.
Becomes a construction site.
Right. Get an approval to then mine.
And then, okay, so they get an approval. I mean, I'm just
wanted to clarify
throwing
that.
out
It made it
there
sound
this scenario where they do grade the land and it sits there forever. Exactly. And they have their overlay.
That will never happen.
Well, that'll never happen without, but are you asking if there's an approval to grade the land?
No, I'm asking if the land could be graded.
Right.
And nothing is built on it.
The 35 acres.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my question. Can that 35 acres be graded?
But if they
get their overlay, they can do whatever they want with the rest of the 150 acres, but it's not built. It doesn't get built.
They're not going to get site plan approval to do.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Grading the AH zone on the 32 acres without a builder's application. This is not going to happen.
Okay. For grading at the site. Right. For grading at the site, but I think she's asking.
Why not?
She's asking beyond that. Let's suppose they come in and they get the approval to grade the site.
Yes.
Okay. Then she's asking, okay, what happens if they grade the site, but there's no affordable housing?
Exactly.
You grade a site specific to a development. You can't just grade a site and say, okay, come build.
Okay, so
one builder might want it one way, another developer might want it another way.
So they're not going to start grading the site.
Grade to a spec of whomever is going to be the developer.
So until they get a developer, they're not going to be grading the site.
Absolutely true. Yes.
And if they're not grading the site, they don't have their quarry overlay.
But in the meantime, we have 10-year substance certification and can't be sued. Do nothing, okay? Finbar owns property. You say, well, great, let them just build this at 360. Well, the problem is, I don't know what they paid for it. Let's say they
paid $800,000 for it.
What? For what?
For the property.
$800,000 for 180 acres?
Yeah.
8 million.
Yeah, that's right. 800. Yeah.
Okay. So
8 million. Sorry.
The concern could be they can say, hey, look, fair share housing, you're saying 500. We know a quarry next door. We could build more. We want to build more than 360. We can get you to your 459 reduction. That's 2,500 market value units to do that. That's terrifying.
But they've even conceded that couldn't be done.
I'm sorry?
They haven't. I thought that they conceded those units and that they understood that could not be done in this town.
Who conceded?
Fair share housing.
Agreed based on the infrastructure. Correct.
Right.
Based on current
So
infrastructure.
it couldn't be done.
Oh, but if Finbar,
Well, based on this being part of the plan.
correct. If Finbar says we could build it all, we'll run the sewers,
Right.
yeah. I mean, it could happen. Especially if they spend $8 million, don't get an overlay, they're gonna want to recoup their money somehow, right?
Absolutely.
And that'll be in the form of a builder's remedy because we're not protecting that. We don't have.
No, we definitely want to be protected, of course, and I understand that that's what everyone here wants.
You have a court order on that site. It's not like we could say, okay, Finbar, never mind, we're going to take your 72 and put them over here. It's a court order. They bought that land with that court order and said to the borough, put us on notice that they want to achieve that court order.
Great, and I mean, that's wonderful.
We can just move the 72 to Main Street.
No, I mean, that's wonderful if it does happen, absolutely. But I'm saying, it would be great if we had a plan B in case it doesn't happen. And we could have this affordable housing in bits and pieces just spread throughout the town.
No, I want to say, like, just so
units?
Yeah. I want to say, to that point, the mayor rode around the town with Ken Nelson because he was a new planner to try to find any other sites, not just looking at maps, not saying this is what we're going to do.
I was with Ken, our other planner, and our
Tracy.
DPW supervisor, and Tracy from your office.
And just trying to look for those sites to try to figure out, how could we come up with
a plan B?
Yeah, and they really don't exist. And the judge's decision says, I'll find it, but he says this is the only real site that's left in the borough based on some of the decisions of the past, which just puts a circle around this site.
Right.
To your point, could we replace the 72? I understand what you're saying, but there's really,
I'll go back.
Really
and
no
Ross,
alternative.
Ross could attest to this, and John Capazuki could attest to this. Back in 2002 to 5-ish, when there was that strong effort of saving all of Federal Hill, okay? The planning board fought housing, you know the whole story. They ended up losing our sub-certification, all that. The borough had spent so much money on planners, do you guys remember Jeff Serenian? On all these specialists in COA to find that alternative plan, to no avail. To no avail, to the point where we finally lost our certification. We must have spent $1 million in the course of 2 years trying to fight that fight. Still lost our certification. And it still ended up on mirror. So there is the history of, and that was even before the Highlands.
Right.
Now it's 10 times harder.
Did an order come down from yesterday? It probably hasn't been entered yet.
he's going to sign.
He's going to, and now who drafted the order?
The order was presented by myself and Fair Share.
Okay, so it was a collaboration?
And the
Okay.
special
master, okay. So, so you expect it to be signed as written?
I think so. Yeah, I would hope so.
Right. I mean, this is just my point. I would wait until the order came down before we voted on this tonight.
Well, he ordered it on the record. He said on the record he'll.
Right, but I'd like to see the language of the order. I'd like to see that. I think that that's something that I would like to see. I would like to see exactly what the language of the certification order is before I made this huge decision to get, based on this certification. I mean, if I were you, that's what I'd want to see, the language of the order. So,
There's a draft, but the order does essentially, the draft that was circulated has in it the number of units that we've discussed.
I get all that.
And clearly stated.
I get all that, but I would like to see the order of certification, because that's the golden ticket that we're working for. So I'd like to see that before we make these decisions about the overlay. I'd like to see that order of certification, and I think that that's something that we would want to see as a town. I think
Based on the drafts that we have and the fact that everybody had said yesterday that participated, as far as the intervener and the special master, that we were in agreement with the form of order. I understand what you're saying, but I want at least you to know.
But like you're also saying, we're one of the first towns to get this certification. So I'd really want to see what that order looks like. Okay?
But I feel confident that, the way I've relayed it to the governing body, I've highlighted the facts that, this is the plan, this is the unmet need.
Right.
This is the obligation that which is being counted. The one thing I didn't discuss that will change by Mr. Nelson's plan is the nursing home was listed as part of our plan. And it was really determined that the nursing home doesn't qualify. And so I thought it was a good thing, because it's going to come out. And we're not going to be obligated, down the road, that, now the rest of the units have all been verified.
Right.
So that goes into the unmet need.
That was 58 units.
Right. That was actually a good thing.
That was in an old plan that was never.
So that's included, or was taken out of the order, and the order said effective immediately up to the certification. And that, the units that have to be built for the near track, it's still in accordance with the affordable housing regulations, which means it's 72 units.
Right.
And I'm saying this for everybody's benefit. No changes. It means out of the 72, 36 are modified affordable housing units. The other half are low-income units, and then half of those are very low. So in total, there were going to be 9 very low units, 27 low-income units, and then 36
Moderate.
Moderate, exactly, just so I can paint the complete picture.
Right. Okay. And but there'd be, as I said, and I'll say it again, if you're basing your votes, and what we're going to do based on this certification, I would like to see the certification, but, and maybe put this off for a month until it comes down, but, that's just, my suggestion. So, thank you for your consideration.
Thanks. Anyone else? Russ, you're right, Lawyer Weinbrock hasn't gone yet. Mrs. Weinbrock hasn't gone yet, so we'll let her go, and then I'll get you back up.
I can't see behind.
This will be short. I only have one or two questions. Lori Weinbrock, 45 Highland Road. Just referring to the ordinance, when you were reading about buffers and times, etc., I didn't hear any mention of crushing stone. Wasn't that one of the issues as far as the times, the hours? Is that in there? Because I think that was the problem. They had wanted it to be 5 a.m., and I know the planning board said that would be unreasonable, but I didn't hear you mention it.
I was going to move after the public discussion that we read that back into the ordinance, but the recommendation from the planning board was that's taking out the material processing word out of that one line you're talking about, which is stone crushing.
So that would also be, 8 a.m., the same time as the blasting?
8 to 5, which we already changed, but we didn't change was the material handling part of that.
Okay.
Material processing.
Okay, that's good, thank you.
Grinding and stone crushing.
And also trucking, was that, there was a question where they had wanted 24-hour trucking, and the planning board, I think, also discussed it, but I didn't hear you mention that either.
That I know.
Planning board recommendations, which, right, it said trucking would only be allowed 24 hours once they have access on Union Avenue in Wanacue. Okay, so that secures there's no access in Bloomingdale. So the planning board, says as long as there's access to the site of Union Ave, Wanacue, the hours of operation shall be shipping and transportation permitted all hours. Ancillary and support functions such as material movement within the site and maintenance activities all hours. Drilling and blasting may operate 8 to 5, not including Saturday and Sunday legal holidays. So where's anything about crushing? Is that what you said?
What I'm going to ask them to do is, you see that where it says replace entire section with?
Right.
That thing.
They did
do that. If you look at the ordinance as written, it says material processing and ancillary and support functions may operate all hours. Material processing is stone crushing.
Yes, they did discuss that at the planning board, John, and I remember that I'm pretty sure they included it in that same time as the blasting, but I didn't hear
I'm
it.
just reading right from the recommendations, which the final adopted recommendations.
Well, then I'm asking.
Ancillary and support functions such as material movement within the site. So, Mike, where does it say in the recommendation to?
It says replace entire section with.
Correct.
That says, and if you read what we have written on our ordinance, it says, as long as access is permitted from Union Ave, Wanacue, the hours of operation of the site shall be permitted.
What's it? Just give me the location and the.
I-4.
I-4. As long as the access to Union Ave, Wanacue, the hours of operation.
It's the material processing needs to come out.
Material processing,
That's not
ancillary
in the
support.
recommendations.
But then you're not addressing it at all.
Correct. That's what they want, that section stricken and rewritten with what they have written
But
down
then
here.
where are you addressing material processing?
It's in your ordinance now. That's why they want the section out. They want I-4 out.
But I'm saying, so you're not allowing them to process material anywhere then, based on.
Correct, in the AH1 zone. They don't want any stone crushing in the AH1 zone.
You know,
that was a recommendation from your planning board.
Yes.
No, I don't see that in the recommendation.
That's because they took it out.
But they don't permit it at all at that point.
Material.
Stone crushing. They
an ancillary.
I remember the discussion, and people were saying how awful it would be to the how noisy the stone crushing would be. especially early in the morning, but almost at any time.
All that has to stay in their M1 zone, and they need to
What's
truck
Yes.
the stuff.
What's the M1Q? How does the M1Q address crushing?
They allow it.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. It would be in the M1Q zone. It wouldn't be in the AH1
But if
zone.
you put this wording in there, it doesn't address it at all, then anything not addressed in here follows the M1Q. So is that what the planning board meant? Because that's what the wording of the ordinance says. Anything not addressed is in the M1Q. If the M1Q allows
That's right.
crushing,
Well, you're allowing material processing in this. In the ordinance way it's written right now.
correct. So if you eliminate that, then whatever it says in the M1Q is what would apply.
Right. So how do you get around it? You're saying it in one and you're saying the other? So if we take it out of here and it doesn't matter
Well,
anymore?
you'd have to, you just taking it out, what I'm saying is,
So you want to write it in that, no material processing shall take place on
I
it?
don't. That's what you'd have to do.
Okay. That's what
Could we do that?
Hold on. Bill, could you speak to this at all? Yeah, if you don't mind, Lori, just the planning board member, could you
I
come up?
understand.
The ordinance, as introduced, was material processing and ancillary may operate at all hours. So was it the intention of the planning board to not allow material processing at all hours?
It's true. It's true. It was the intent of the planning board to disallow material processing in the AH1.
Okay.
That was not necessarily the recommendation of the review committee, but after discussion, that's the recommendation of the planning board. So from a planning board perspective, and the recommendation that you have received in a formal nature, right? And it says, mine's right, it says replace the entire section.
Right.
I says, as long as the access to the site is from Union Avenue and Wanacue, then these are the functions that will be allowed, all right, in the AH1. And if my memory serves me correctly, it begins with ancillary support, and we define ancillary support as material movement within the site.
Right.
And maintenance activities shall be allowed 24 hours. What's the second point, Mike? Please give me a hand.
No,
That was actually
was
the
it.
second point.
ancillary support functions such as material movement in the site
Oh,
and
the
maintenance.
first one, I'm sorry, was shipping and transportation.
Shipping and permitted all hours.
At all hours.
And drilling and blasting,
The first one was addressing drilling and blasting.
right, between 8 and 5.
The last paragraph was stipulation as to the state noise ordinances.
Right, and you added in the NJAC.
Rationale for this was because it stated in the ordinance that the stone crushing operation and asphalt operations will remain in the M1Q.
Correct.
So the planning board's rationale was if all that equipment is remaining in the M1Q, then there is no reason to have hours for operation in the AH1 for material processing. And that was the planning board's rationale.
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, the planning board's rationale was very simple. If the material processing equipment, as stated in the ordinance, remains in the M1Q, then there is no reason to have material processing hours, if you will, in the AH1. And that's why the planning board made those recommendations.
So it's clear that it will be in the N1Q,
In the existing quarry as
in
well.
the existing quarry, but not in,
Blast it, truck it out of there
That's the
to the
recommendation.
M2s, and then have them crush it over
I
there.
just think, I think
I think the crusher is going to remain up to 87, it's never going to move. But how do you then take and blast a huge piece of rock? How do you take this huge piece of rock from where we blasted it to that processing center is what I don't understand. There's going to have to be some sort
well,
of
the movement within.
You can blast it and drill it. You can blast and drill between 8 and 5.
Move it within the
Move
hours,
it.
and they crush it to
Right.
the other side.
What, say, you know,
Had to do with
that's
me.
going well.
That's not
How do you say that?
That's not possible.
How to do material.
Yeah. Processing. They move it 24 hours. Processing.
He thinks it
Well, it might be
has something to do with the fact that we
I think-
need
for site preparation.
Okay, is that,
We don't want it to
Well, no,
say they
this is
can't
still
do
having a discussion. That was not in
Preparation is
any of the
not in
revisions
the
to
H1,
date.
that would be a construction permit.
Fred, is that going to be a substantial change?
I don't know if it would be substantial as much as I'm having difficulty following this change, where, you have, it just seems like it's just difficult to follow because we did make changes based on the recommendations, and there is another section that talks about where the material processing operations were.
well, can we do it so it's the best thing for the people of Bloomingdale and the people who are adjacent to the quarry and leave the stone crushing where it is in the old quarry? Can we write that in? Wouldn't that be better for everybody?
All along, that was the intent.
Right, I mean, that's what's written in section F.
Okay,
That
I'm just trying to make sure that
quarry
everything
and
is...
material processing are buffer.
You know what? This location of the processing.
Well, if it's in there, it doesn't make, we can still take it
No,
out then.
because, hold on. The principal structures utilized in crushing and processing shall be located within the Bloomingdale Quarry tract and may not be located on the mere tract. So section F says they can't even put the crusher in the affordable housing zone.
So why not just take out the
Because
material processing?
I believe they wanted the option, this could be done by construction, possibly, is to mine the 32 acres, they'd want to get a crusher. Because their plan all along, when it was D.R. Horton, was to put a haul road, I believe, from the 32 acres to the existing quarry, which is still the intention, I believe.
Excuse me, but from a planning board perspective, we looked at the 32 acres as a construction site.
Right.
Nothing to do with the
Right.
AH1.
Right.
Nothing to do with clearing the construction site. So how the construction site is handled with site plan.
One section says
Nothing
they
to
can't
do with
even
this
have a crusher on
ordinance.
site.
Nothing with this ordinance.
That's it. But if the one section says they can't have a crusher on the site,
Right.
that should suffice.
Right.
So just
That
take
should
out
be
the
it.
material processing. If it already says it, just get rid of the word material processing out of,
But is material processing crushing? I mean,
that's the process.
I think
Right,
that's...
if we adopt with the planning board recommendation, right, and if there's some procedural thing that what we just adopted would be impossible for them to take that mountain and move it to their crusher, and we have to modify it, we can always modify it.
Well, you can always come back and modify it.
We can adopt
Well, what's the point of making rules and laws?
No, he's saying if it was needed to achieve the affordable housing, which is what...
The piece we don't understand.
Yeah. There's...
Oh, you're saying if Tilcon wants it?
No, well,
No. In order to achieve
right? I
housing.
don't know how big that mountain is. Can it be moved?
Well, it seems if the planning board agreed that it should stay in the existing quarry, then
And that's been our intent the whole time.
I think the planning board would know what they're doing.
So I would
Because you're like,
go
yeah.
with what planning board has recommended,
Good.
right? And if there is a modification needed, and it's around it, right? You modify that
They said they can't do anything.
as long as it's not substantial change.
Material processing and ancillary and support functions may operate at all hours.
Section F on the bottom covers it, has to be done on the AH.
Right, and this says
On the current location, how difficult is that?
support functions
Seems
such as
pretty simple to me.
movement within the site and
It's all
maintenance.
I mean, we should be making it better for the people of Bloomingdale, not worse.
To some extent,
Correct, but the
I'm
point
just
is
concerned that to some extent this is more broader.
material processing and ancillary and support function every other hours. Where's the part that says it's not allowed? Like, what was the section that said it wasn't allowed at all?
F.
Principal structures utilized in crushing and processing operation shall be located and cannot be in the mere tract. Utilized in crushing and processing.
That's the processing side.
Crushing and processing.
Right.
And you're looking to remove the word material processing. It already says they can't do it there. And this one says they can do it all hour, so.
It's a conflict to me.
Can I go back to it as I just want to read both sections
okay.
and try to figure out what the implication is.
I think everyone's agreeing with you, but Fred wants to just research more. Do you have any other questions?
I do, actually. I do, but this question involves Fred as well. My last question was, I don't have the ordinance in front of me. I think it's number 3 that has to do with a road could be built from Union Avenue or Van Dam Avenue if someone chose to sell their property. I mean, I'm not sure, and I wanted to ask Fred, what does that mean? Why is it in the ordinance? What does it mean?
Yeah, that's so access the way only would come. This is the last section 3.
Last page.
Last page 3. The access to the property shall be permitted from an adjoining property, so long as the contiguous owner consents to such access, and it's approved by the planning board, and there'll be no other ingress or egress. And that was so that they would only be able to utilize their existing facility for ingress and egress and nowhere else. And if they, I think you could say, well, what if someone else tries to provide them access? They have to get access from the planning board, and there would be a whole host of reasons why that wouldn't work from a traffic standpoint.
Right, but then it could be granted. Why can't we take it out?
Because that limits you have to have them have access from some location, otherwise they'll be essentially landlocked.
Right, so doesn't a part of it say they can have access from their
adjoining
present place and just take out what they could add access from Van Dam Avenue or Union Avenue or anywhere in Bloomingdale?
Section G, this is I3.
Sure.
Section G is, there shall be no access provided with respect to the age overland except from an adjoining quarry operation. Any other access to the overlay will only be purposes for emergency.
Yeah.
Right. That's fine. And then the other one says access to the property shall be permitted by adjoining property as long as the contiguous owner consents and approved by the planning board. There should be no other egress or access except for emergency vehicles. So no, there's no, the only access, it's not a conflict.
No.
It's not a conflict. Nothing's changing there. The only access is from their current quarry. That's absolutely the intent of the ordinance. Do you have anything else, Lori?
So you're guaranteeing, Mr. Semrau, because I know there was discussion at the planning board and some people felt that was opening a can of worms, that in the future someone could say, I want to sell my property, and in this ordinance it would say, see, it's allowed. So that was a question. I'm not making that up. That was discussed by several
There
people.
shall be no access other than from an adjoining quarry operation.
Yeah.
So if someone wants to sell their property, they'd have to, and they want a variance and have to vary from the ordinance and go for approval, they have to go to the planning board.
Do that, but
And the planning board could grant it. So why have it in there? Why not guarantee that no one can do it?
Because
have them landlocked.
Because planning board can grant, a variance any day. So even to your point of not having any language in there doesn't protect it. To your concern. It doesn't. They would need a variance if someone wants to come out other than an adjoining quarry. That's what it says. You need site plan approval. So
Well,
that one we're fine on. Do you have a thought on the other one?
I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you have anything else?
Just one other question. Yesterday, didn't the judge, Brogan, say something about sewer capacity was an issue, that perhaps the numbers, could be less because it's possible that, considering the site, that perhaps they wouldn't be able to fulfill sewer capacity for that many houses?
As much as infrastructure, right?
Right. Well, there's a service area, and most of the remaining lands are outside the service area. So he gave a scenario, I believe, in his discussion, such as, well, someday if you have additional sewer service area and capacity, then things could change.
Right, but right now, it sounded as if perhaps he was limiting the numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, but not anything lower than the 72.
Right.
They
Okay.
reduced us 459.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Lori. Anyone else? Ross?
Ross Kushner on behalf of the Quantic River Coalition. Just a few points for clarification. You're appending the Reading report to the ordinance, is that correct?
No.
Including it in the ordinance? No, the Reading report's not going in there?
Reading, Otto, or the engine. I actually would have liked the engineer's report in there because the only document, to your point in one of your emails, quantified the phasing, okay? But Fred's point is don't need to attach them because they're on the record themselves.
The only thing I would raise with that, John, this is, I'm being frank here. Paul Donofowski based his discussion on the phase limits that were on a projected image that Tilcon gave during their conceptual. I mean, that was shaky to begin with. So now, it's a house of cards. Paul's report was based on a shaky Tilcon example, which then ends up as Exhibit B.
Paul's report wasn't based on, his report was based on his facts. His diagram was based on, the phasing was based on their report.
He said this is as best as I can represent the phase lines based on the concept
But
plan.
remember, the ordinance says they'd have to get a site plan approval to enter any phase. So if they were to finish their quarry and need to go to phase 1, they would
Right.
need site plan approval. And that site plan approval is when it's going to be quantified, identified, boundaries, borders, etc. That would be the time.
But I think you could avoid, I think this is going to end up as a dispute, where phase 1 is, where phase 2 is. If you defined it in the ordinance, you wouldn't have that problem.
Again, on
Phase 1 is a line, 150 feet from the existing border of the quarry or whatever. I just think, or even if that drawing were drawn more accurately and scaled, you'd have a better basis for where those phase lines actually are. I mean, right now it looks like...
I wanted to attach a report to the ordinance, but you were concerned that it's on the record already. There's no
Well,
reason
not the report, but the actual text.
text that quantifies phase 1, 70 years is phase 1, 15 acres.
If Paul drew that exhibit, it had his name at the bottom and his scale and the data was drawn and all this wonderful things. Instead, you have something that looks like I drew it on the kitchen table. It's not a good thing to have for your ordinance. It's not.
We could reference it as Exhibit C. I mean, it only clarifies, it's not different, it just sort of clarifies the actual scale. I mean, it's like a survey that puts the actual meets and bounds.
Right.
As opposed to just the sketch. And I don't, from that standpoint, it's just an aid in explaining those lines. So, we could...
Exhibit C, that's the flood study?
Yeah, we could do that.
And that's
When
not
we amend it.
material? I mean...
No, it doesn't change any, it just clarifies those lines to the point that at least there's some definitive limitations without...
And I think it would be helpful, again, I'll say, if you said what happens when they reach the limit of phase 3? Does all quarrying activity cease? It's not clear in the ordinance. I wish someone would explain that to me.
Well, beyond 3, it has a quarry zone on it. So, if they wanted to exceed, they would have to go for site plan approval because it has a quarry zone.
So they could continue to quarry past phase 3?
The zone would exist, yes, but our own, again, engineer's report shows the volumes of wetlands and the unlikelihood there'd be any possibility of exceeding that. Let me ask you this, just because, if
There are a couple pockets of land, John, beyond the wetlands and between the wetlands and the residential properties. Those are the bones of contention. I'm not sure if they're within the 300-foot buffer or not.
would you, if we could preserve everything behind the 110-year line, all that, but give up some of bicoastal, would you?
Yeah, they'll give up some of bicoastal. See, that's, how much some?
Well, it's 4 to 1, so...
For an access road, for a temporary access road, that would be revegetated after they finish using it? Yeah, I'm fine with that. For 20 acres of quarry, I'm not so fine with that.
But what would you, the acreage, well, if we have in the first phase is 45 acres, that means the rest of it's 95. Well, everything past the 110-year line is 95 acres, right?
Right, but they wouldn't even be able to use the first 3 phases because of the wetlands and the 300-foot buffers around the wetlands.
You said some of it, possibly, again. I'm just asking you a question. If that was to be, save the 95 remaining, but give up 10 of the other for a road, would you support that?
Give up 10 on
Bi-coastal.
on bicoastal.
95.
Permanent or temporary?
Permanent.
I have to bring that back to my board. I really can't answer that. Because then you'd lose 10 acres. How much for the phase 1 zoning? How much for the phase 1 quarry? How many acres?
15 acres.
So that's
Three phases are 45 acres.
Yeah, but realistically, with the wetlands, how much, you have to tell me how much we're talking about. Maybe 15 acres, so you're talking maybe 25 acres total that you'd lose, and you could protect the other, 15 from 140 is 125 acres. That's a reasonable compromise for you being able to meet your co-obligation and not getting sued by Tilcon. Is that what you're telling me? Let's...
No, I'm just thinking a way to put it really...
let's talk brass tacks. That's what you're afraid of. If you don't do this, you're going to get sued by Tilcon.
Not at all. The only reason that would even be contemplated is to...
Because they could force you to do this. That's what I think the fear is.
You don't force us to do what I just said?
No, force you to let them quarry in there. And I don't know.
They could on a use variance. They could come in and try to do that. Yeah, you're right.
But I'm saying preserve it because it would be 1,000+ buffer.
Right.
And do, transfer.
What I'm trying to accomplish is preserve your existing open space to the extent practical. Preserve the wetlands, okay? And keep this quarry the heck away from your residents.
I just suggested what I suggested, which...
Well, then we're after the same thing. That's what I'm after. That's what I've been after since the start with this.
There's a process for us to get there. In the meantime, getting certification, which is huge for the borough, reducing it...
I don't trust Tilcon. I'm sorry.
Don't you think the fair share housing reducer number 459 units is huge?
459 units was created by Fair Share. Fair Share is not a regulatory agency. Fair Share is a 501c3, like the Quantic River Coalition is a 501c3. They have no more power than I have, John. So to scare people with that number, you're not scaring me.
Superior Court judges aren't settling without the objector being in compliance, right?
Well, you know what? You got another objector now. Her name is Linda Huntley, and she hired an attorney. So, you're gonna end up caught between a rock and a hard place.
That's not on the COA thing, so that's on the ordinance. So.
Right. But it all comes down to the same thing.
Right. Do you have anything else?
You catch me off guard. No, the only other point I want to make is, if you did, I think you should wait on this ordinance. I think it's a sloppy ordinance. I think you should give it another month, tighten it up, come back, then vote on it. And as far as...
But what is that going to change? It's all the recommendations...
Because I've heard so much discussion here tonight, and so many good points, and so much, from Mike and the planning board and this and that, and you're like scrambling up there trying to make a square peg to fit a round hole. I'm watching you. I'm watching Fred. He's like crossing his eyes over there. You're
just Kreskin who can tell everything. Listen to me. We're gonna adopt what you all these great ideas tonight versus a month. What's the difference? We're gonna fill the room again. The same people which are right to be here are gonna have the same complaints, same story. It's not gonna make a difference. This could come with your supply of wine is not going to make a difference.
My answer would be your answer. What's the difference? If you're going to pass it, you're going to. You know what's going to happen? I'm going to walk out of here tonight, or I'm going to go sit in the chair, and you're going to pass it. Mike's going to vote against it. Maybe Dawn Hudson for just for giggles. And that's it. And you're going to pass it. I know that's what's going to happen. I know that since day one, when I got up in front of this microphone, I knew you were going to pass this ordinance. It was just a matter of time. We're just going through the motions. We've been doing it for months.
4 years for the fun of it.
And Mr.
No one has listened to a word I said. No one has changed. Mr. Della Ripa, let me have my say. No one has paid a single bit of attention to anything I've said.
All right. Do you have anything else?
Yes, I did. The only point I want to make is about the referendum. If you waited and put this up to a vote, it wouldn't change the way any of you people have to vote, because it's a non-binding referendum. You could still vote the way you want to vote. You know why you don't want a referendum? Because the councilmen up here don't want to vote against what they have proof of is the public opinion. And if the public comes out against this ordinance, you folks would have to vote against it, because you're going to vote for the Tilcon folks. And
Now, you know what? A referendum is too difficult to ever explain to somebody going into a ballot to say,
I find it so insulting that you tell the public, you know what, you don't understand this. We'll do it for you. We'll do it for you.
How would it be worded?
I'm sorry.
Tell me how it would be worded. What would it say?
They were able to vote that man in office. Maybe they should have known a lot more about him.
Please tell me what it's going to say. Tell me how the question is going to be framed, because I've tried to think about this.
Are you in favor of rezoning Federal Hill for an expanded quarry?
What happened to affordable housing? What happened to a builder's remedy?
You know what? When people are asked, are you in favor of John Dunleavy for mayor? There's probably a list of 1,000 questions that we should have asked. But
that question is really poor. That's sloppy.
No.
Yes, it is. It's a very sloppy question.
This is America. It's a democracy.
We've already discussed
Okay?
the referendum.
Very sloppy.
If this world ran the way you wanted it to, Mr. Semrau, there would be the 6 smartest people in Bloomingdale up on that dais. And you know what? It wouldn't be any of you. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the question before this governing body is not whether you want to quarry the mere track. The question has much more to do with that. I think we've heard that extensively, and that's not a good question. That's not a fair question.
Wait, you're finished. Mrs. Shortman, what do you have?
I'm not, hang on. I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm not finished.
Okay.
Not really sure,
It's not worth
Mr. Kushner, what that comment was.
It's just not
Me
worth
voting for giggles? Is that what you think I'm up here for?
From my observations over the last several years, yes, it is.
Oh, okay. Well,
wait.
no, I'm not.
Not worth it.
No, I would like to, let me finish, okay? I'm sorry. Gentlemen, I'm speaking. I'm now speaking.
It's all yours.
Mr.
Not worth
Kushner,
it.
I've sat here for months and listened to you. And I would like to tell you some of your quotes. And this is why I struggle. When you sit there, I struggle with this. You come up here, you are incredibly rude. Every single time you sit up there. So let me give you some of your quotes. It's a crazy man's analysis.
It is.
Let me finish. You are disrespecting the public by providing that idiotic analysis. Where did you dream that up? You want a zoning change? Go to Bloomingdale, slap down your cash, and you got it. I'm sorry, Mr. Kushner, but every time you step up here, you are arrogant, you are rude. I struggle. If you could get up here and speak to people, to us, like we are people, then I would have no problem with that. But to get up here and now just insult me, I have a problem with that. I have said time and time and time again, I've sat up here and I've listened to every single thing that people have to say. I live in the flats. You think that it doesn't matter to me. I struggle with that. I've said it time and time and time again.
Recuse yourself.
I'm sorry, let me finish. I cannot sit up here and have people tell me that what? I'm stupid? Is that what you're suggesting? But please don't do that to me. Don't insult me. I have children in this town. I live in this town. I care about this town. No more. I will not sit up here and be insulted.
I have yet to hear you ask one single question of anyone. Anyone?
Then clearly you have not come to all the meetings, and I haven't seen you at a meeting now in months.
It's not worth it.
So,
Just not worth it.
I've never heard you.
Okay.
no more.
Me a question.
Thank you. Mrs. Shortman, what do you have for us?
Linda Shortman, Campy Lake. I think it should be very clear that this is such a passionate issue. And there's so much discussion and so much really good input. I find it so difficult to understand how you can vote on this with all the changes going on. I got up and I made the statement about I-3, the property shall be permitted excess. And then it was brought out later that that's in conflict with G. I don't even know if that's resolved. This process was a good one tonight. Don't vote on it. Table it. Discuss it. I heard the woman from Tewksbury say they have a quarry. Mr. Semero, did you look at other ordinances for quarrying?
Yes, but keep in mind, this is the M3 ordinance. We're taking the ordinance that has been existing for Bloomingdale for quite a long time, and we're making it an overlay. We didn't redraft the quarry ordinance.
Why not?
Because this has a number of conditions before you have the right to go back to that ordinance. That ordinance was here on the books when you sat on the governing body. And the only difference tonight is we're saying that if they meet certain conditions and restrictions and setbacks and things like that, they would have the right to have that quarry ordinance that they have now. But then we even went as far as to say, but you can't have a lot of your principal operations on this property. We tried to restrict what is already their existing ordinance. So, yep.
Crushing stone all day.
Okay, we've got,
That's got to
no
be
disrespect.
addressed.
We went through all these issues. What we're going to do when everyone's done speaking, we're going to adjourn. Mr. Semero's going to review all the changes, and we're going to make a determination how we're going to proceed. But again, no disrespect. You're the crushing, the hours, the egress. We've already had that discussion. So do you have anything?
So are we keeping the two conflicting parts
We will, again, once everyone is done discussing public comment, Mr. Semero will review all the changes, and if things are conflicting, then the governing body will decide how to move forward.
But wouldn't it be good for all of us to see it in writing and have the finished adopted copy? Do you know, I heard the planning board had people that I don't think objected to the quarrying. They objected to the ordinance, and the wording of it someday is going to come back to bite us. We are going to be, is it really that important for a month? Really?
And if the wording is all changed and everything is...
Yes, people would come back.
Are you going to support this?
No, of course not. Neither are you going to object to change.
Do you have anything new to talk about today?
Yeah, I want to see the controls in writing. I want to see what we're going to have to live by in this ordinance. Because some of the words, reasonable, I mean, you know, it should take more time. And
Which one? Which one reasonable?
Which one? The reasonable within screening, I guess. Whatever it said about screening. But I think more importantly, to me, it was I3 conflicting with G.
Okay. Do you have anything else? That one we are aware of.
I don't think so.
Okay. Does anyone else
I
have
may be back.
Yes, please.
You're around great.
I just have one.
Yeah.
Linda Huntley, 86 Van Dam. I just want to address the, as far as the COA is concerned, the incentive that COA, that the builder was given was the increased density of the 360 units. That was the incentive that was originally given for this housing. So that was the incentive already. And I think you have to address the fact that the judge yesterday said that he would not extinguish a conservation easement. So he addressed the fact that if there is a conservation easement on this property, that you're not going to have a quarry overlay, but you still got your substantive certification. So you didn't need the quarry overlay for your substantive certification. So
I don't agree with that.
Oh, really?
No.
He didn't say that?
First of all, if you, it sounds like you don't agree with the affordable housing plan.
No, what I'm saying is that the judge said yesterday that he would not extinguish a conservation easement if there was one on the property.
Well, if there was one, that order yesterday doesn't. That's correct.
Okay, so now if there's a conservation easement on the property, that means your A1 overlay, AH1 overlay won't exist because you won't be able to do that on the property.
That could be the case.
And he
told your attorney if you want to pursue that, you can pursue it. And if you pursue it and you're successful, we won't have substantive certification.
He said that? He didn't say that.
If you're successful, we won't because it falls outside of our plan. No, I'm just telling you my opinion. We won't.
Oh, so
and then you can answer to everybody else why we don't have
The
it.
judge never said that. He said he would not extinguish the conservation easement, and you still got the substantive certification because you still have this.
He did not say that if there's the conservation easement, you still have your substantive certification.
He didn't say that you wouldn't, did he?
No, but you just said.
You're assuming he would.
You just said to me that if it's determined that the conservation easement exists,
right,
then you can't have the AH overlay zone.
Right.
And I'm telling you, if you don't have the AH overlay zone, then, you know, when they talked before about Plan B, then tell us what Plan B is going to be. Otherwise, you will be the person, quite frankly, if you're going to challenge that, it'll be your responsibility to address what happens when there's a builder remedy suit.
You already have the 72 units. You don't have any additional units. And that's a reasonable possibility that you can build those 72 units.
Tell me, you made it clear that you're suing if this goes through, so that we'll all know sooner than later, so.
But I just wanted to point out that just because you have this ordinance doesn't mean that you would now, you're going to have the AH1 overlay, and that ordinance was not adopted by the court.
And that's your opinion?
No, it was not adopted by the court. Fred also said that before. That was not part of them planning it. When the judge gave you the certification, he did not say you had to adopt this ordinance.
The representation to the judge and the special master was that this was being considered in a way to effectuate a realistic opportunity for development, to which the special master endorsed that.
You said,
I keep saying it.
You said before that the ordinance is not part of the certification, and the judge did not rule on the ordinance.
Because you said that the judge, that somehow I indicated the judge said the ordinance is like valid. And the judge did not rule on the ordinance.
Not right, so the ordinance doesn't even matter as far as the judge was concerned. All that mattered was, as far as the judge was concerned, that you had the 72 units, and we still have the 72 units.
No, it'll be in the order. That as part of the order, the borough is attempting to proceed with this ordinance. And
Well, then maybe you should wait and see what the order states before voting on this, when you really don't know for a fact what the order is going to state.
why? This is part of the plan. This was part of the affordable housing plan. This is what was represented.
Yeah, the 72 units. And we still have the 72 units.
Okay.
That's it.
Thank you.
Can't wait until she wants to knock it out.
So is that one. Yes, sir.
Dan Hawkins, 6 Pearl Street. This is kind of just a procedural. This is probably for council. Your Exhibit A, does this become part of the legal, describing the area that's affected and whatnot for the ordinance?
It's a copy of the zoning map for informational purposes, yes.
Okay, because I didn't see a sign or seal from either an engineer or an architect on this.
It's just as an aid to understand exactly where the property is, and on there it says proposed affordable overlay zone.
Okay, so it's not, strictly speaking, part of the legal document, it's simply...
No, it's an attachment to the ordinance. It's just not, you're right, there's not a seal on it, but it's just a zoning map, so to identify the parcel in question.
And the lot and blocks, old and new.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
See, I thought it was short.
Thank you.
I'm afraid to ask. Need a motion to close public?
Want to say one more thing?
Sure.
I haven't been here in many years.
Okay, so make it up
Very
for it.
upset with what's been going on. I don't see why you can't just take a moment to digest all of this. I see emotions are very high, and people don't mean to be disrespectful when emotions are high. It just happens. Why can't you just dignify this whole process and do the right thing and put this off? It just doesn't seem possible that you could approve this tonight. It's absurd. It's not ready. It's sophomorically prepared. There's so many errors. I'm an editor. I'm a senior editor. Can you at least process this piece and dignify all the process of the people that came here without jumping into something? And if you do this tonight, it's going to look vindictive,
and spiteful. I'm just giving you my honest opinion.
Again, and thank you for your comments. But being you just came back, you haven't been here, this 4 years this has been going, so it's not new. I have a second. All in favor on closing?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we are back. We are going to take a recess, and Fred's going to review some of these items, and we'll decide what to do. 10 minutes. Fred, we shall resume at 11:55. Okay, we closed public comment. We're at a motion for adoption. What we're going to do, we're going to take that vote and defeat the ordinance and then reintroduce by title to have a second and final reading on August 9th to clean up any changes, recommendations, etc. We have to renotice the public. I will ask the public, again, everyone's more than welcome to come back, but I just hope we don't have 4 hours of the same conversation, because that's my opinion. So, I need a motion. What is the motion to?
The motion to approve the ordinance, because that's really what was on the agenda.
Okay.
And then if you vote no, and you're defeating the ordinance, but you're defeating it if the reason is based on some changes that you'd like made to the ordinance. Okay. I think you should reflect that on the record, and that would defeat the ordinance, and then if you so choose, you can move to introduce the ordinance with the changes.
So who makes the motion for adoption?
So moved.
Of 18-2000.
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councilmembers D'Amato. No. Delariva.
Oh, wait, do we need to?
So you need to state that?
Yeah, if no, no to adopt because you seek amendments.
You seek right. No to adopt because you seek amendments. Okay.
No to adopt because we seek amendments.
Delariva.
No, because we seek to adopt amendments.
Hudson.
What he said.
No, I would like to see some changes. Sandemeyer.
No, seek amendments.
Yazdi.
No, seek amendments.
Costa.
No, seek amendments.
Okay, at this time, I need a motion to introduce by title ordinance 2016 Affordable Housing Overlay Zone. Who makes that motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
An ordinance to provide an A1H overlay zone. Second and final reading, August 9th, 7 p.m. No, there will be another item on that agenda. So we'll authorize that after this, okay? Introduction by title, as I stated, A1H overlay zone with changes as we discussed tonight. Do you want to recap them, or do we just publish it?
I think so, Mayor, at least generally, if we could recap the changes. Generally, the changes were the ones in section F regarding the ancillary and support functions. That sentence and the separation of that sentence from a grammatical standpoint. Section H, based on the recommendations of the planning board, the buffer going to 300, the year-round reasonable screening and approval by the borough engineer. That also goes to section I1. And then section I4, the language requested by or suggested by the planning board would go into section 4. And then I just want to be clear, the only thing that needs to be reconciled is the hours for the drilling and the blasting, just to make sure that's clear.
Current M1Q is 6 to 6.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's the current last 100-year ordinance in the borough of Bloomingdale.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? That doesn't specify times, though.
No, 9225 has current at 7 to 7, not including Sunday.
7 to 7, not including Sunday or holidays.
Not including Sunday is current.
That's the current M1Q. What we're looking to do in the overlay, matter of fact, we should probably put the M1Q amendment on the next meeting too. Then. Introduction by title. Why not? Okay, anyway, we'll get back to that.
How many birds can we kill?
The hours, again, it's 7 to 7 in the M1Q. So if the overlay doesn't speak to it, those would be the hours. But what we're doing here is we're going to do
8 to 5?
Blasting, right now it's 7 to 7. I would say we meet halfway. We go blasting 8 to 6. Right now it's 7 to 7. So we're actually making it better. And drilling 7 to 6.
Okay. So 8 to 6, it would be permitted. 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. That would be blasting. And drilling
7 to 6. The planning board, it was originally 6 to 6. The planning board wanted 8 to 5.
Because of noise. Was there, I don't know what kind of noise is involved.
It's currently 7 to 7.
So it's currently on the other side of the
it's going to
mountain.
be 7 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And then we will probably revisit the M1Q to match that. But anyway, that's another story. What else you have?
That's everything except for we would update Exhibit B to specify more clearly the phases.
Quantify the phases.
And quantify those, yes.
And reference language and quantify those, right?
Yes, yeah, and I think really what they are, Mayor, the majority of them, I don't find them to be substantial, but in total, they really should take a revisit, and they're really based on all the comments that you received this evening.
Right.
So you have the motion to introduce that, right?
Right, the motion on the table, that's the introduction with modifications. Second and final, 7 p.m., August 9th. For the record, we're taking planning board recommendations. Is there a need to go back to the planning board for review?
I think, although it's already been done, and we've basically taken the planning board's recommendations, I don't see any harm if it were to just go back for a quick
I would just
consistency
need the planning
determination.
board to meet prior to the 9th, 8-9, to review that. Even if it's a 4 in the afternoon meeting, just to review. There's no need for public input, just review our changes. Your call, but it's got to be before the 9th. Please, roll call. Roll call, please.
Councilmembers Della Ripa.
Yes?
Hudson. Yes. Sandemeyer.
No.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Okay, now I need a motion to authorize a special meeting on August 9th, 7 p.m. for actually 3 items. One will be second and final reading for ordinance 20, 2016, AH1 overlay. The second item will be item 11B, that's on the agenda, introduction title by ordinance, quarry fee ordinance. The third item will be introduction by title, amending hours on the M1Q.
Do you want to just move the meeting of August 16th?
No, because they pay bills. Okay. Too early to pay bills.
It's always Sherry's fault.
Okay. So we go the 9th, and then we'll be on the 16th.
Okay.
If they got to pay bills. We could amend our meeting to the 23rd, but leave it at 9th and 16th. That's what's been on the schedule forever. So that's one meeting right now is the 16th. Now we're going to have the 9th and 16th. What I was saying, we could change second meeting to the 23rd. Give Sherry more time. And Ray won't miss when he's on vacation.
I'll be on vacation.
He'll be on vacation.
So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another.
But it would get Chevy more time. Is she away? Let's leave it, 9 and 16.
John?
Yes.
Couldn't you move it on the 9th if you wanted
We
to?
could move it on the 9th if we wanted to.
If you wanted to push it to the
Yeah, so we'll
23rd?
check. Make a note, check Sherry's, because it will help her on the bill process. Okay, so right now, that's a special meeting on 9, 7 p.m. Those 3 items will be on that agenda. Who makes that motion?
Second?
Mayor, I just want to
Yep.
make one thing. You know, it's really announced we have the protest. Okay, so just checking out, no one? Okay, that's fine.
I didn't think she'd have to.
It's a different ordinance.
No.
Yeah, okay.
Do we,
I say that after the meeting.
Okay.
Roll call, please. Yep, sorry.
I was going to say, do we need to do any sort of parliamentary procedure for putting off the introduction of, or whatever ordinance it is that we're doing? Since it was scheduled for introduction here, or?
No, I tabled it earlier.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure there wasn't anything special about it being an
Roll
ordinance.
call, please.
Councilmembers Hudson. Yes. Sandemeyer.
Yes.
Yazdi.
Yes.
Costa.
Yes.
D'Amato.
Yes.
Della Ripa.
Yes.
I now need a motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Have a great night, everybody.
What night?
Good morning.